Good morning, and welcome panel members, staff, and members of the public. I hope all our educators, students, and families are successfully settling into new school year. Now, seeing that all panel members are now present, I hereby call the August 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, panel member O'Brien, would you not lead us in the salute to the flag?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member O'Brien. Public comments on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during the meeting either in person by signing up on the sheet located in the back table or by calling 667-770-1523, then following a prompt to provide a participant access code. Callers will then be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it's their turn to provide public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. When it's your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving the public comment, please state the following: commenter's first name and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and public comment. Again, the phone number is 667-770-1523. The access code is shown there as 651905#. The phone number and access code will be posted at the start of public comment for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 6 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda. So item 1 is opening remarks of the chair and vice chair, and we have a very busy day planned for the day. So the co-chair, Guerrero, and I'll be foregoing our opening remarks to dive right into the business of the day. That will take us to item 2, which is the approval of the draft July 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are attachment for item 2. Okay, we open now the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. While we are waiting for any members of the public to dial in, and do any panel members have concerns or questions related to the draft minutes? Are there any public comments?
There are none.
You? Any discussion questions from the members? Seeing none? Now, do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the July 2024 RDRSSP draft meeting minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
I do, thank you. I have a motion by member Odegaard. Do I have a second? Thank you. The motion is seconded by Vice Chair Guerrero, a little faster than member Gravelin. So show of hands for those in favor. And please keep your hand up until you're counted. Thank you. There's no one opposed, right? All right, any no abstentions? Motion carries. Now, item 3 is review of the statute and panel process. And this is an information-only item and will be presented by Chief Deputy Executive Director of the State Board of Education, Jessica Holmes. Ms. Holmes, please begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, panel members. I am going to give a little overview of where we are in our process. We've made quite a bit of progress to date, and then raise up a few sections of statute that are particularly relevant to the conversations today. So very similar to our July meeting, We have accomplished quite a bit. And we are looking today at the screener information template and then the evaluation and application review protocol. And then we'll look at these in items 4 and 5. We had these as our to-dos last month, but as you may recall, last month we didn't have any action items. This meeting this month, we are anticipating that the panel will take action on both the evaluation protocol, the basis for approval, and the screener information overview template. So we are hoping to check off a couple more boxes today. After this month, that would leave us with just the 2 deliverables at the bottom of the screen, the approved screener list, and filling out the screener information sheets. So we're really getting to the meat of our work as we move into the fall. So as I noted, these are the things we're going to be looking at today. As we look forward to September, we are looking forward to calibration because, as you may recall, applications are due on the 30th. They're due a week from today, which is pretty exciting. So we'll talk a little bit about what that process is going to look like today, but definitely in September, we'll be doing a round of calibration for evaluating those applications and kicking off our review process. There was one change that has happened outside of the panel that I wanted to flag for everyone. You may recall that our current review process that was adopted by the State Board of Education on May 8th, 2024, recommended that the panel complete their review and have an approved list ready for the public by November. Statutorily, the panel has until December 31st to create the approved screening list. And we anticipate that the panel will, in fact, need all of that time. And so we have made a request to the State Board of Education to consider a change to the review process that allows the panel to produce the final approved list in either November or December. We're anticipating probably it's going to look more like December. And so we aren't sure yet because the agenda has not been posted for the September board meeting. That'll happen next week on August 30th, which is clearly a very busy day. And so to the extent that it's included in that agenda, we anticipate that the board will take up that matter in September. We don't anticipate that if the board does take it up, that there will need to be a presentation, but we'll see. So hopefully that will, fingers crossed that will happen. So moving into our review of the statute, I'm going to show you a couple of excerpts that I know you're all extremely familiar with at this point, specifically related to what your charge is. And the reason why I thought it was important to review this statute is because I know that there's been a lot of concern about this discussion of, we're going to eliminate certain screeners and not eliminate others. And I think one of the things that's important to remember is that the statute itself is it's more positively focused, right? The statute is really set up around this idea that you're going to be identifying excellent instruments that meet the standards that you and the board have set. And that we are going to be lifting up in a positive manner those screening instruments that meet those criteria. And so just wanted to show you a couple of these excerpts from the statute that really are more focused on how can we make sure that we are approving. And just as a reminder, as we use the language, this is not about elimination. This is about lifting up for our LEAs the screening instruments that will help them get the job done and to meet the purpose of the statute. The other thing that I wanted to review was the language around the screener information overview, because we're going to be looking at the template today. It's interesting. The statute clearly references this, but does not provide very much insight at all on what this should entail, with the one exception of saying it needs to include the appropriate grades or grade or grades for the administration of each screening instrument. But really the language says the panel should identify information about the appropriate administration of each screening instrument. And that's really the charge that you're given. So as you're going through the process of looking at item 5 today, just try to keep that in mind, that is the statutory charge. And then the last piece of statute that I wanted to review with you all today is related to how public the evaluation process is going to be. We received some questions in our RDRSSP email inbox around this topic. By the way, I should note, we did post the last round of FAQs earlier this week. So those are all up on the website. We did our best to answer as many questions that we could that came through the inbox that were in the purview of this panel. Some of them were outside of that purview. But for those who are watching from their offices or at home, if you're interested, please go on the website, the RDRSSP website, look up the FAQs. There's 19 FAQs that we were able to post, so hopefully those provide some clarity for people who are applying. But this work is very public, as you all well know. We are statutorily required to follow a Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. I would be very at a loss to fully discuss the entirety of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act because it is quite extensive. But there are some key things I think to just keep in mind as we move through this process. So essentially, Bagley-Keene seeks to ensure that, except in very rare and specified circumstances, that all decisions that are made by a public body are done so publicly and with the input and the participation of the public. So that's really, as we get through our evaluation process, we're going to be discussing our thoughts and concerns about the different applications very publicly. You all have a right not to share your opinion if that's what you choose. But to the extent that you have one and you want to make sure that it's heard, that has to be done publicly. So I did want to point that out. We will also have an opportunity for the public through public comment to speak back to you in a sense, either through written public comment, which of course, as you know, we share, make sure you guys have a copy of any public comment we receive before every meeting. Or in person or via phone during the meeting. So just making sure that everyone, both out in the world and in this room, is aware that that there will be the opportunity for the public, including potentially applicants, to provide feedback in that manner or to speak to some of the questions you all may have about the applications that you're looking at. I just did want to go through, so there's statute, of course, that I review with you all, but then there's the interpretation of that. And in terms of the public nature of this process, quite a bit of that interpretation has happened through the invitation to submit, which is a document that we posted back in June. And anyone who's applying should make themselves very familiar with. But just as a reminder, we have made it clear that the panel will engage in public deliberation, again, in alignment with Bagley-Keene, to review and discuss the submissions. We have also let applicants know that we'll be replacing their names with a numeric system. So we'll be referring to, instead of, I'm sorry, Member Martinez, instead of Member Martinez's application, we'll be saying application 225. And so that's how we'll be referring to them. However, just a reminder to everyone, complete anonymity is not guaranteed. I'm going to guess that, at least the applicants themselves, based on the conversation, may be able to tell that you're talking about their application. So I just did want to make that clear. In terms of how this informs our process, the panel will be developing a tentative list of approved screening instruments that will be posted publicly prior to the final vote. So let's say, for example, we want to take our final vote in December. At the very least, we anticipate that part of the agenda for that December meeting would include a draft list of approved screening instruments to give the public time to provide comment, either through written comment or publicly at the December meeting, so that you all have an opportunity to hear what the public has to say before you take that final vote. So just did want to make that clear. There should be no surprises here, both for you all and for the public. And then, of course, the panel will not take the final vote or adopt the final list until we have the opportunity for that public comment, and that will all be done at a public meeting. So that concludes my presentation, but definitely wanted to, if there are any questions or comments folks want to make, Chair Kim, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Are there any comments, questions from the panel? All right, let's move on to public comment. So let's open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comments in person?
There is not.
Anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is not.
Thank you so much. This concludes this information item number 3. Right, let's move on to number 4, which is going to be a long one. So in this item, we will engage in facilitated discussions of both the evaluation process for considering applications that are submitted to the panel, as well as the basis that we will use to determine which applications are approved by the panel. So this is an action item, and we'll anticipate taking multiple votes to approve the evaluation protocol and basis for approval at the end of this item. As a reminder, the Department of Education released the invitation to submit on June 12th, and applications are due on August 30th. For those entities wishing to apply, please see the invitation to submit documents on the RDRSSP website, as well as the recording and PowerPoint from the July 2nd information seminar and the application FAQs, which I believe have been updated. And we appreciate all the applicants that submitted questions to the panel and informed the FAQs. Now, we anticipate that item 4 will be rather lengthy and it includes multiple study sessions. And we're going to take up item 4 in 3 parts. And we'll take a break and lunch during that item. So, Ms. Jennifer Jopel and our friend, both of us now very familiar, Matt Bernetti from Westet, will be presenting and facilitating the item. So, Ms. Jopel, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see you again. And thank you for that introduction to the item. I think this is a complex item, and so I want to make sure that we break down all of the pieces for you all. As Chair Kim indicated, we have 2 study sessions within this item. The first one is focusing on the steps in the protocol, and the second one is focused on the basis for approval. These are conversations we started in July and that we're hoping to get moved to action today. So our guide for both of those conversations is the item 4 addendum. Our goal there was to provide sort of a common starting point to discuss both of the topics. So for folks following along at home, that's on their website. And for panelists, it is the document that has both the diagram and the table of information in your packet. And again, the goal being to take action at the end of this item to adopt a protocol and the basis. We did want to bring back, in terms of the slides, a reminder of what you all discussed in July. We won't go over this in detail because it's has evolved as we put some thinking into it. But the key information here that you all provided in terms of what needs to happen to get to the September meeting, what needs to happen at September, what needs to happen before the October meeting, sort of thinking through those steps is what's created the basis of the information in the addendum. Similarly, you all had some thoughts around the evidence statements for which minimum evidence might be acceptable. That's going to be the second study session, so we'll get into that in much more detail a little bit later on. But wanted to make sure you were aware that we're building from those. A few other key points before we get into the details. The protocol in particular, it intentionally builds on the strength of the panel as a whole. We've heard the panel talking about that in terms of the varying expertise areas that the panel represents. So wanting to make sure that we're tapping into the panel as a whole. We're following that pattern of individual review, subgroup review, whole panel review, which we've carried throughout our processes to date.
And another key thing we wanted to point out is that the proposed protocol includes 2 steps, each with their own requirements and a holistic review. So we talked a bit in July about this notion of the minimum requirements, and we're suggesting using the language bare minimum requirements in this first step. We discussed it in July. We didn't finalize it, so we'll have time to make some decisions today. And then the second step, the advanced requirements, you haven't really had an opportunity to discuss what that looks like. And that's what the basis, or we'll definitely do that in the second study session. And then we imagine combining that advanced requirement review with the holistic review of each application from each panelist, which again was a piece of what was discussed in July. We also wanted to emphasize, bringing this back from what we heard in July, during the subgroup review of that bare minimum requirement, a unanimous decision of the subgroup plus Chair Kim is needed for an application not to move forward to the whole group deliberations. So I wanted to reinforce what we heard about it being a pretty strong set in order to not move forward. So it requires both the unanimous decision of the subgroup plus Chair Kim, and at any point up until the final vote, a panelist may recommend reconsideration of any application. So those are all key points that you'll still see within the protocol that we're sharing today. We wanted to get on the same page to make sure we were using the same words, because we realized I had a lot of different vocabulary floating around. So we're suggesting that we use the word step when we're talking about the different units of the protocol. And you'll recall that just a moment ago I mentioned there are 2 steps where we have decision points in particular. So the step being the unit of the protocol. The bare minimum requirements, we're referring to what is necessary to move forward to the whole panel deliberations. The advanced requirements would be what is necessary, in addition to that holistic review, to move onto the draft approved list. And the holistic review is taking into account the application as a whole, including those aforementioned requirements, where each panelist recommends whether to move the application forward to the draft approved list. So let me just pause, because I know I'm more visual than auditory, so if you need a minute to take those in. And that brings us to talking about the steps in the actual process, in the protocol. I am going to use the visual diagram in the slides, but if you prefer to follow along in the table format, they translate between the 2. So if that works better for you, feel free to use that one. So, and let me first say, so this diagram moves, it sort of snakes from left to right and top to bottom. And above the sections that are outlined in the dotted blue lines, you'll see that we've divided that to prior to a given panel meeting, the panel meeting, and then prior to the next panel meeting, right? So that's sort of how these are chunked is based on whether we're in the panel meeting or whether we're preparing for it. So prior to the September panel meeting is when we anticipate assigning applications to panelists for calibration purposes. Our hope is to review 3. It'll depend, right? We're in calibration mode, so perhaps we'll make it through 2, but we'd love to be able to make it through 3. So we will assign applications to panelists for calibration, and you'll do an independent review prior to the September meeting. Now, let's also keep in mind applications are due August 30th, and the September panel meeting is September 20th. So it will take staff some time to get the materials together and get them to you all. So prior to does not necessarily mean September 1, the day after we receive them. But we'll do our best to maximize the time you have for independent review. In the September panel meeting, we envision dividing the group in half and having a subgroup rating calibration. And through that, you all will take a look across your scores on the rubric, and you'll bring that back to a whole panel calibration. Again, looking to see, how folks are interpreting the rubric and making sense of it, right? And that the September meeting would almost entirely be devoted to that calibration process. So give you a significant amount of time. Prior to the October panel meeting would be the assignment of applications to panelists by subgroups. Let me pause to mention that we know there will be some potential recusals because of conflict of interest. So we'll have to sort that out once we know which applications we receive. And we'll do our best to make sure that each of the subgroups has a solid number of panelists for review. Our intention prior to the October meeting is that the subgroup will only review their stack of applications, their half of applications at that point. The intention is to kind of lessen the burden so that you're not expected to read all of those applications prior to October. If you're a superstar and it's helpful for you and you want to read them all, you may as well go ahead because you'll have to read the other half by the time you get to November. But this is an opportunity to focus just on the first half that are assigned to you and to conduct that independent review using the rubric prior to the October meeting. In the October meeting, sorry, that's actually missing from this slide, but this represents the October meeting. There is, the subgroups will deliberate, as we mentioned, and then the whole group panel will hear reporting in preparation for the November meeting deliberations. So this is kind of an important piece to mention, or to understand, which is that the sort of highlights of what are discussed in the subgroup will be shared out, but the full discussion and sense-making as a panel will not happen until November. As I mentioned, that will allow the other half of the group to have fully read the applications and be prepared to discuss them. So this is when that first consideration around application, whether the application meets, and here on the posting it says minimum requirements. Through the definitions, we're not calling it bare minimum, but this was, in time for posting, so we didn't have those definitions clarified quite yet. But this is where we would check in the subgroups to determine, has the application met the bare minimum requirements? If it's unanimously decided in a subgroup that it does not, and Chair Kim agrees, then the application is removed from further consideration, which is the bottom row here. If it is found if it doesn't meet that standard of a unanimous decision that it does not meet, then it moves forward. And in moving forward, it means that those applications are assigned to the other subgroup. I highlight this part in particular, and the reasons that they're diamonds is to really stand out that these are the decision points, decision point steps for everyone to see. Prior to the November panel meeting, you will be doing an independent review of the other half that you didn't yet have an opportunity to read. So it means that all panelists prior to the November meeting will have had an opportunity to read all applications except any that were removed by a subgroup unanimous decision plus Chair Kim. That moves us into November, which will be a very full meeting. This is when we'll have our whole group deliberation, and that will include talking through those advanced requirements and the holistic review. So looking at the items within the rubric, understanding how that stacks up against those requirements, and stepping back holistically to look at the sum of the parts. Ultimately then, culminating in panelists determining, is this application, do we recommend to add this to the draft list of approved screening instruments, or is it removed from further consideration? And the goal is that coming out of the November meeting, we would have that draft list of approved screening instruments so that it can be posted publicly prior to the December panel meeting. So we want the public to be able to hear the decision and have time to respond based on the public review process. So prior to the December panel meeting, your role will be paying attention to what comes in for public review. But in essence, you're at a little bit of a pause point, and for the first time in months, we'll not have to directly review applications, we think. And in the December panel meeting, we'll go back to whole panel deliberations based on any new information, and then move to the vote on the final list of approved screening instruments. I'm going to reinforce that this is the process for the application. And as a reminder, item 5, which we're not touching until this afternoon, is that screening overview, which is also the responsibility of the panel. That will be happening in the background of this process also, but it's not tracked on this process because this is specifically to have agreement around application evaluation.
Member Neeson?
Question from Member Neeson.
So just so I understand, the way I'm seeing this is in October, we're like half of us will have half of the applications. We'll have reviewed them. We're going to have our little subgroup meeting and we're going to report out on that half. So we'll hear about all applications in October. And then again, in November, we're going to switch off. And so it should be shorter deliberations is kind of what I'm hearing, because the intent is that it would be shorter because we've already heard half.
So not quite. Yes, in terms of the steps, but I don't know that it's necessarily shorter. It's more a continuation of. So I think what you hear the first time is sort of the initial thoughts specific to the bare minimum requirements. And that may, in theory, remove some applications, which means there's fewer to review in the whole group in November. But in terms of having the detailed deliberations regarding how well that application holistically stands up and should be a part of the approved list, that is a full conversation in November. So it's sort of a continuation.
Okay, so given that information, is there any indication of about how many applications we're considering? Because I'm a little concerned that we're not going into full deliberations on these applications until the month we're supposed to come up with a draft list. And it just feels like a lot that's happening, because there could potentially be anywhere between 15 and 50 applications. So I guess my concern for the timeline is it just feels very compacted, like we're pushing everything till the very last minute in terms of the deliberations. And I'm just concerned that we won't have adequate time to really hear each of those things. So
I think it's an incredibly valid concern. Our timeline is incredibly tight, and our ability to move through the material is really tight. Panelist Wilson?
I do agree that the timeline's tight, but I think one positive of it is that at the October meeting, each half of the group will have done a pretty deep dive. And so we just have to trust the other group too to help us, because what's going to happen is if one half has looked at half of them and the other half has looked at the other half, and we give preliminary findings, it's going to help guide your eyes to possible concerns, possible strengths. So I think that that's going to be a positive aspect. So I think November could be a long meeting because we're going to have to go over all of them. But I do think it will be helpful to have heard what the other group thinks about each one. And I think it will help us. So I guess that's the Pollyanna.
Thank you, Vice Chair Guerrero.
I also wanted to point out, I agree it is a tight timeline, but we did it with to give everybody a little bit of extra time for the applicants to turn in their applications a little bit later. Also for us to have a little bit more time to really look at the applications and divide it. So that's more of a holistic approach. But we do have, I know that November seems short, but we also have the entire meeting in December. Because we don't have to take a vote until the end of the meeting, I'm assuming. I don't know.
The
That's a
meeting
question.
in December.
Yes.
So the meeting in December, you have the opportunity to make the final vote, right? But we do have to publicly post a list prior to that meeting.
Oh, okay. So we have to take a vote and then we can continue to discuss that list in December, as long as it's the list that we're posted.
What you post prior to the December meeting is different from what the final list is that's approved and voted on at the end of the December meeting.
Okay, that's good to know, because then that means that we are not stuck with that list. We can make changes to it up until December to the end of the meeting.
Right. In essence, it's a draft list for the public to be able to review, make their comments on based on any comment that comes in or further conversation that the panel has. Then there'll be opportunity at that meeting for public comment on your conversation and then the final vote.
One last thing, and then I will. If we are foreseen, and it's hard to tell this until we see how many applicants we have, would it be a good idea for us to just schedule our November meeting to be a longer meeting, and that way we can all make arrangements for it to be a longer meeting? And just putting that out there, since we know that we have, an ending time, we have flights, but if we know that it's going to go longer, we can make different arrangements. I don't know, just throwing that out there as an idea. But again, I guess it's contingent of the number of applications we receive. So that's it.
Thank you. Member Gravel?
To Member Neeson's point, are there any sort of guesses or projections of how many applications we are anticipating based on the variety of who's been asking questions?
For a while, Matt.
Hi, everybody. Matt Brunetti from West Ed. It is difficult to surmise, but I would project, just based on my knowledge of the field and the instruments available, somewhere between 15 and 25. So I don't think it's as high as 50, but I think that's a pretty good projection.
And in case anyone else jumped when you thought he said 50, he said 15 to 20.
All right, Member Martinez.
I guess one of the pieces, and thank you so much, this is really, really helpful. But one of the pieces I didn't see accounted for in the steps is when we come to the stage where there's the bare minimum recommendations and one subgroup makes that recommendation, Chair Kim agrees, there's this unanimous decision. Earlier, you had said that someone from the other group then could at some point pull that back in, but I don't see where that's attended to then later. And so is that something we need to talk about, I guess, in terms of where that would come back into play? And is the expectation that the time to do that is when the initial recommendation is made by the group, which means then the subgroup not reviewing those applications has to do a deeper dive on those applications. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And the limiting factor was what we heard in July is that you wanted at any point until the final. So we wanted to leave that flexibility. Practically speaking, in order to do it most effectively, it would need to be in October so that prior to the November conversation, it could happen, right? So if the panel wants to make that a specific adjustment, it would mean that we have to adjust that flexibility around at any point prior. In theory, you could say at the beginning of the December meeting, I want to bring this one back to the table there, and that we build time in to that meeting to have that conversation. So it is possible. And I think it's just a question of how much leeway you want to give yourselves relative to making sure you have, you have that built in time.
Member Wilson.
I had the same thought in my head, and I wasn't sure when the time to talk about it was, but I was thinking that oval that says application removed should probably say application may be removed from further consideration or challenged or whatever the right term is. So that would at least make it more overt that it's not necessarily a done deal, that the one team is recommending it, the other team may challenge that, or we may say, you know what, let's look at it some more. So I just thought we could add the words may be and then soften it.
Member Martinez.
And so that would need to happen at the October one. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The oval,
Yes.
not a decision.
So if there are no other questions, we can move. Yeah. We can move into our study session so that you all have the opportunity to really tease these preferences out a bit together. As you all know, the intention behind these study sessions is to allow you all to go in deeper conversation with one another while still maximizing transparency for the public. So all conversations are still open to the public. The meeting room will continue to be live streamed. Each group will choose a reporter who's responsible for sharing aloud with the whole group any key points from the study session. Any written notes are for your personal use. Staff won't be collecting them. And all feedback related to the agenda item and responses to the discussion questions must be shared back via oral report when we're in the whole group session. So similar to the formats, well, exactly the same format we've used before. These are our study session groups, Group A and Group B. And the discussion question is fairly straightforward. What points in the protocol need greater clarity or need to be revised? And as a reminder, please be as directive as possible with your feedback so we can incorporate it into final recommendations, if applicable, for the vote. So in other words, the more specific of a change you offer us, the easier it is for us to turn that around.
Vice Chair Guerrero has a question.
Clarifying question then, and at the study, just because that point that was brought up about where to insert the bringing back, and I know Member Wilson brought up a suggestion, as did Martinez. Are we discussing that as well so we can clarify where we want that to be, or is it just that's where it's going to happen at the oval of the October meeting?
So I think that absolutely counts as something to discuss in your study session. Like if the people within your study session feel that's a step in the protocol that needs to be addressed, then you should discuss it in the study group and bring it back to the whole group afterwards.
Okay, we just want to make sure it doesn't go undiscussed.
Yeah. I think the opportunity is to sort of work through it and make some decisions there and then bring back your recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to study session. Thank you. Can you hear me? I failed to mention we're going to try to spend about a half an hour within this study session, and then after that we will take our restroom break before coming back to whole group session. Where's B?
so that like so I would like to Right. You don't have to do anything with it, but it lets you, it lets you choose, because for me, I have revocation plan. Oh, no, I know what you're saying. Right. So, right. So you can decide, and so when you go back, that's all.
Okay.
You need to know, like, I mean, you're still though, at the board, I never reached out to the what, but I don't have that. Or, you know, I think we should have considered.
Okay, that's a good step. Thank you.
I am, I guess. Yeah. The issue is that.
Yeah, the only way to do it would be to add to language.
Well, but then, like, if they say deliberation, they say, we're gonna. No, I know, but I think it's important, you're right. I think time backwards. Okay, which one is mine? Yes.
No, no. It would be the day after. Monday. So do you want me to add that?
Yeah.
The general note?
So we would have to. But it would have that much fun. Not true. Or even if it's 10, right?
Well, on, we're still on the Wednesday. That is then.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close. I don't think. It wasn't close to even 25. I think it was close to 15. I don't know if that's true. That doesn't mean.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to do. Like, for all the FAQs, that was the things which there's counting lots of questions, their brains are really a lot. Questions from people.
So. That's exactly what I guesstimated. I said I.
Right.
Yeah. We, did anybody read that?
Was that, oh, this wasn't the 20, this was.
This, it was ending round.
That was good. Yeah. We're gonna do it.
For the other groups are really the ones that they didn't. So B was the B2 verb.
Maybe there's gonna be like deadline. So to raise it, so like before.
That way it's not like right in that.
So maybe it could be added both places. If we come up, this could say application may be removed from further consideration or severance recommendation challenge. It could also.
But still have a deadline, let's say, you know, like,
Don't say the name of it.
right. So. Yeah.
I don't think it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is either, but I also think the word may be a softness which should just differ. We're supposed to positive tension. With add softness.
You tension in that one.
there's something that truly is. Why would I even go to the trouble to submit? Doesn't meet the criteria. Yeah, I know. No, I actually wouldn't. I wouldn't, but you know, I was thinking, let's be channeling my Pollyanna today. I would be hard It's true. Richard knows you too well. All right, so I added under the general notes, they're adding effective in November. Let's say that. It's 19th of Tuesday. Yes. Well, you get loopy. You get tired.
And then you stop hearing Wednesday. So that's, I don't want to get to that point because that's a very important. Yeah. It's true, I guess.
Depends on what the decision. If the decision is yes, no, it'll be fine. If the decision is no, it might be a problem. So, I mean, really, let's just be clear. It depends on the outcome. Well, I think that what's going to be really because if you don't, you need to come prepared and you need to have bullet points and you need to be able to tell other people what, hey, right here. You don't, it's gonna be. Everybody somewhere can be really true. You know, look at page 20. Otherwise, it's gonna be. Right, but what I'm saying is, now if I haven't got to make sure you fill it out, also needs to document where. Right, but what I'm saying is. From there, that language should now be. Right. That would be step 17. In between testing.
Yeah, it's just worse. Even, yeah. That's the one I heard. Yeah, I did the same thing. Oh no, there was. No way. Because they just did it because they bought it a month ago and then they go back and buy. Because like I said, I bought this because you buy it. Save you the fee a lot of money. Anyway, right. That way they get. Look, I saved you a bunch of money. Very nice. Pay for my tax.
So on the back, step 7B, the word may be removed. Be added.
Okay. And then in 8, if after the delivery time, it's like separate recommendation may be challenged. Well, the legislature.
Yeah. We're being
And then we're standing during number 9 on October, September. I was afraid of time.
Oh, this one's makes one.
Yeah.
I got some of that with like we have this they let you come in and like it's our UPS that extra hot, so it's like it's like or after too. This is security. Show me that you're like I've been made friends at this point like my own small town that maybe really works out sometimes.
Yes. And that, okay, so.
Somebody else. Yeah, I've been here more than a year. Yeah, I gotta take that out.
But I think it should be added over here. That was when you guys were.
We're in the right place. Yeah.
I know it's a little bit much.
Lots.
That's so many.
Yeah. Special initiative. You want me to? As you can see.
And there's like even a picture of her.
Yeah. You know. Yeah, I'm hoping we have. So this, that's a huge. The earlier classroom, there are those performance mistakes.
mean, it's kind of unfortunate because it's anyway, we're there were several whether we'll have time to what does it really take to get this framework? Good. To build
We're going to be moving back to the whole group conversation. So if we can please step back up to the dais to begin. Welcome back. Just a process point. I teased you and mentioned that there would be a break after the small group, but we're running ahead of schedule. So I checked with Chair Kim. We're going to go ahead and have this conversation with the full group before we move to our morning break. Yay. Yeah. Keep this vibe going in November, right? Amen. Are we? Yeah, we're ready. Okay. Thank you for completing this study session for the discussion of the application evaluation protocol. We would like to hear from both groups around what points in the protocol need greater clarity or need to be revised. My fantastic colleague, Matt Brunetti, is going to be taking notes back there, so he may need to call out and clarify some questions for you as you're sharing back. So just remember to speak well into your microphone and slowly for us so that we can capture your feedback. Let's begin. I don't remember which was Group A and which was Group B. So let's just say, who was the reporter in there we go. Member Wilson, would you like to report out?
Sure. We're Group A. All right. Group A had 2 areas for recommendations. The first one is I'm looking at the graphic side. The assignment of application to panelists by subgroup, which currently sits under prior to October panel meeting. We would like to have that moved over to prior to September panel meeting so that we get in September or prior to September, it would say assignment of applications to panelists for calibration and assignments of application to panelists by subgroup. And the reason for that is we discussed last time that some of us have other obligations, and that way we can kind of gauge our own time of when to review. So it could be possible that we could finish the calibration ones and then have a couple extra hours to start in on our subgroup work. So we just want them sooner. That's all. Our second recommendation is down in the October panel meeting, the oval that says application removed from further consideration. Our recommendation is to make that a long oval that starts in the October panel meeting, but continues into the prior to November panel meeting. So it's a long oval so that it would read application may be removed. So insert the words may and be removed from further consideration, or subgroup recommendation challenged. And that would go, that could be challenged into the prior to November panel meeting time. We would like to suggest a deadline of November 1, because that's halfway between that October and November meeting, and it would give the other group time to look and to know that the recommendation was being challenged, to take a second peek. So those were our two recommendations for the graphic.
Pause you right there to repeat them back and make sure we got them correctly.
Perfect.
So the oval that's currently under prior to October panel meeting, moving that instead prior to the September meeting and extending it to include not only the assignment to the subgroups, but assignment to collaboration and calibration and subgroups.
Right.
We're aware of the full batch is the first one. And the second one being extending the bottom oval in the October panel meeting into prior to the November 1 with a deadline of November 1st, so that applications may be removed from further consideration or subgroup recommendation may be challenged.
Correct. And so related to that, we read the back where it's the narrative steps, and the narrative steps 7B would need to be changed so that it says may be removed from consideration. 8 would need to have the words subgroup recommendation may be challenged at the end. And then 9, somewhere it would need to be clear that the subgroup recommendation challenge would need to be made by November 1st.
Thank you.
Those were our recommendations for the review process. We did enter general notes. I don't know if I'm supposed to give these to Matt or not, but we did take notes. Our general note was we would wonder if it's an option to consider adding a November 19th as a second day as an option if needed, because of the concern about November being such a busy time. And I don't know if this is the right time to say it or not, but that was the other random thing that we discussed.
Thank you very much. Second subgroup, let's hear yours, and then we'll go ahead and discuss across them. Yes, Member O'Brien.
Thank you. So we have the same recommendation as panelist Wilson in terms of the wording. But we have a recommendation in terms of the October meeting to be able to focus on the ones that are recommended for removal. So our recommendation is to add a step between steps 8 and 9, whereby we have a small group discussion for just the applications that have been recommended for removal, where we exchange just those, and after the whole group had happened, so we review and then we confirm that the rationale that was presented it's agreeable to us, and then we can put it to rest. That we're comfortable with removing those applications because they do not meet the bare minimum.
Okay. I do have a question, if I could ask for clarity if the subgroup discussed. So if that is the case after you've exchanged it, does the expectation that the original subgroup's unanimous decision plus Chair Kim is still sufficient for removal, and the second subgroup is just learning more about the application, or would it require an additional response from the second subgroup? Was that discussed?
Go ahead.
So we did discuss this. So just to be clear, what we're suggesting is, so in October, the current plan is there's a subgroup deliberation and then the whole group report out session. What we're suggesting is adding, after the whole group report out, adding additional subgroup deliberation where the focus is confirming. So there's a group A and then group B, right? Group A made a proposal to remove, say, 2 applications because they did not meet the bare minimum, right? And then group B, after hearing that report, will confirm or double check. In that subgroup deliberation meeting, they will actually check the applications, make sure that they agree about that whether those applications do not meet the bare minimum requirements. Does that capture accurately? Okay.
Yeah, and we're thinking that it's not going to take a long time because we're just confirming those specific areas where the rationale was presented that they might not meet.
Okay. And I think what I'm hearing is that then if someone from that second subgroup disagrees, then does that application come back?
Right, it may be reconsidered. Right. Member Martinez had hand up.
Yeah, we I don't know that we finalized that part. We talked about that there could be, right, something that comes back, but we didn't talk about then what are some decision points around that? Like, should it just be like one person says? So I have to say we didn't settle that point.
The other piece that I don't know, do you have any other points left, or
I thought that when the conversation happens there, then we would have agreement that we concurred, and then the application will be removed.
I guess what I'm saying is, number one, we think it's highly unlikely that there's going to be a challenge, right, to the other groups. But so we do believe that we'll probably just confirm, but it's just then a way for us to have a second set of eyes and for us to focus then on that. But we didn't talk about this issue of what if someone strongly believes in the group, and what is our decision rule? Because in the other situation where it's the recommendation to approve, we agreed it should be unanimous, right? So what is our decision rule then about to bring it back?
so I think just to follow up, because we did talk about that, was whether can someone in like a single person in that subgroup can make a request and that will be brought back for reconsideration, or does that small subgroup have to actually agree to bring it back for our attention? So that was what we're discussing. And Member Wilson.
So 2 things. I think that, in my opinion, if anyone challenges it, then I think the other group should look at it, because then it's everyone's looked at it, right, for the whole panel. So that's, I mean, if anybody has a question, I think we'd probably be safer and more comfortable making sure that we've all looked at it. The other thing that I would say is, I agree that we need a step where there's an opportunity to challenge. My preference would not be to have to discuss it live in a meeting without having the opportunity to really look at it more carefully independently. It's hard to look at, because we're deciding whether or not it should be challenged or not. So I guess my preference would be to go with the November 1st challenge deadline, which gives us that time and space to look at it rather than have to do it live in a meeting. I can go with the will of the group. If the group wants to add that step and do it live in October, I can go with that. I think it's hard to make good decisions in the moment like that in a meeting like this without being able to really look at stuff.
Just to respond quickly back, and then Member Gravelin, we'll get back to you. The fact that we just, if say it gets supported, and the fact that we will have a small group deliberation after the whole group report out does not mean that we should remove the deadline till like November, right? So it's just a one extra step so that we have an opportunity. And also it depends on the bare minimum requirements, how complex that would be, right?
I'm good with that then. If it's long as it's not like a decision point type thing, it's more of a discussion.
And member Graveling?
That kind of addresses my point where, I'm hearing that both of the study skills groups wanted some opportunity to review any application that was requested. We just kind of had two different approaches of how best. So I was going to kind of reduplicate what Member Wilson was saying. I was really liking that opportunity to have the time to independently review it rather than on the spot. But as long as it's not necessarily a one or the other step, it could be both, then I think that's fine.
Oh, Member Odegaard?
I just want to put out one clarification about the current process. If we maintain it, is we don't have a decision point because we have two different eyes for review, minimum requirements versus the advanced requirements. If we come out of October not having identified a single bucket with the eye for advance, what's our approach going to be as a group for how we'll differentiate between the ones that we're only looking at because we had an objection and it came back? Because we have to come prepared in the next meeting, ready to do the advanced requirement review as a whole group. So procedurally, we have a hiccup either way. So if we keep the current, we need to have a consideration about how we're going to differentiate in our minds the one bar for requirements of a minimum requirements and how we'd become prepared for a resurrected application to do a full evaluation. That hasn't been clarified in the current process. So we have to come up with some modification to what we do, regardless if we keep the current or we move forward from our kind of way of thinking, I think. And I see a lot of shaking their heads.
Thank you. Another piece was in our group that came up in terms of a recommendation is changing the language in 7.b at the end. Instead of "and remove from further consideration," our recommendation is proposal to remove. Odegaard?
The other thing that I just wanted to clarify, because I do have a language-based learning difference that makes reading really slow for me, is I would like to clarify, I think we understand that we'll all have access to all applications, so that I may do a summary read of every single one, but for the one that my subgroups assign, I'll take a deeper dive. That's just an accommodation I'm asking for the state of California.
Thank you.
So, Chair Kim, in terms of direction about whether we are doing a combined approach of extending the deadline and doing a process check discussion with adding that as a step after the whole group conversation in October. I'm not sure that we have clarity from the panel whether we're doing a combined approach or an either-or approach.
Let me just ask, is there any objections about that combined approach? I see head shaking.
Okay.
So it seems that there is consensus.
Okay, noted. Thank you. And I think we'll take into consideration Member Odegaard's comments so that we think about how do we then, how do we within the meeting think about those two different buckets of those that perhaps were challenged, and we need to double check the bare minimum before engaging in that conversation in case there's something that comes up after the October meeting, but before November 1st.
Member Martinez?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that might help us is that the challenge that the second group might have to the first group's recommendation is about the bare minimum, right? And I think we may want to have maybe then like in one way of tackling what seems like now a two-step potential process, right? We have this initial deliberation in the meeting. If we don't, then I'll confirm, right? And there's like maybe one application to whatever, that an individual says, no, I think this does need to still be considered for the bare minimum. Then we get to the November 1st deadline. By that point, the subgroup that hasn't done the close read has the opportunity to do that close read. And then I think we need more than one individual then that says, I think it absolutely needs to go to the what is it called? Advanced requirements. Because if the other entire subgroup has already come to consensus, it doesn't meet the basic, then there's no reason, I mean, unless you disagree with your initial recommendation, that you would reconsider it. So that's already half of the group. And then if you have one individual in the one subgroup who's like, bring it back, but no one else agrees, it's not going to make it to the final. So I want to, I guess, recommend that it has to be like a unanimous decision of the second subgroup to bring it back.
Okay, thanks for the suggestion. So here's a suggestion. One thought is if any of the panel members request reconsideration, then we'll move forward to the full whole group deliberation. The other suggestion is the other subgroup, the entire in its entirety, has to agree on the request to bring it back for reconsideration. Any thoughts on those two options? Member Wilson?
I think my only question about that is the second subgroup may not have looked at it close enough to be able to be unanimous about bringing it back, which is why I said just one person, because then at least if we have the deadline of November 1 and then the other subgroup reviews it, the other subgroup could come back and say, well, we noticed XYZ that you didn't notice. So somebody could be swayed from, because it's really going to be 5. This is going to be the subgroup plus Chair Kim. Conceivably, could be less because it depends if there's recusals or not. I do think it's fairly unlikely that we're going to be in this scenario, but I feel like if somebody says, I think we should make sure that all 9 of us have looked at it, then we kind of owe it to those people that are submitting to all look at it. And yes, we would theoretically already have a majority saying no, it's not, but we could be, I mean, I think we're all reasonable people. So somebody could say, well, did you notice XYZ? Or maybe you missed something. I don't know, a resource book or something. I don't know.
All right, Member Martinez.
So does that mean that we shouldn't do, I guess, is your recommendation that we shouldn't do that small group deliberation right afterwards, because that won't allow time for a deep independent review of the second group?
I'm fine with that extra step of the small group, because I just think it's just like it'd probably be a good way to like get a sense of what should I be looking at when I'm doing the independent. I just want to make sure we have the time for the independent, because it's hard to process live in the moment after you've just come off your own subgroup conversation. So I think the combination is like perfect.
Member Odegaard and Nissen.
Oh, okay. I have a curiosity then, as I think about somebody who would object, isn't there a point of conscientiousness where we would have a form where they would present their evidence verbatim and cite the application, allowing this other small group to have a very targeted, informed thing that they should be looking for and weigh the evidence? What's the evidentiary standard going to be for objecting, and how would you document it? That's another procedural consideration.
Thank you. So just to, before we get to Member Nissen, so in what I was envisioning, what I was in the step, I'm thinking that we were envisioning in terms of report out, when we make a proposal of not having one application, for example, not moving forward to the full group deliberation, is we'll have a very specific rationale and reason, right, based on the evidence, and will be very clearly presented. And then in the small group deliberation, they will really specifically double check those, as well as during the individual deliberation, you'll also double check those pieces, right? So I think that that was, I think, or that would be the expectation and would be the procedure. And I think that's what the member Odegaard is suggesting, right? And member Neeson.
So I was sort of looking at this extra small group as a confirmation, like, yes, we all agree, right? So it's just more of a, yes, I think there should be time for that in-depth review, but I'm also looking at from the lens of I trust this panel's expertise. And, you know, for me, I think we could maybe perhaps decide also in that small group if this warrants further deeper reading, right? So in this discussion, you know, if we're thinking about removing an application from consideration and, you know, the 5 panel members have come to consensus, we're just taking some time in this small group to say, yes, I agree, let's confirm this and move on. And if we say, no, we don't agree, that's when we can say, you know what, let's bring this one back for the next meeting and look at it more holistically. So I think there's a balance here that we're trying to strike of like, let's make sure we all have consensus to make sure we're not overlooking someone. And it speaks to what Ms. Holmes said earlier about having that positive viewpoint of these applications. So I hope that.
Thank you. So just wanted to bring to your attention that the question in hand we're discussing is whether a single person can request for the reconsideration, or the other whole group should really have unanimous or we should have consensus of that group. So we just want to hear from you on that specific point, as well as, of course, other points. Vice Chair Guerrero?
A specific point. Well, first of all, I thought it was written in the statute somewhere that a panelist may be can ask for reconsideration of an application at any point. So I thought that discussion is
So not written in statute, but as a discussion point that came out of the July conversations. That was one of the agreed upon ideas that the panel brought forward, but not in statute and not voted on.
And then the other thing is, before you ask for consensus, I want to definitely go by these steps again, because we've added so many things in removal. So from what my understanding is, say for example, scenario, I was under the impression, so the scenario is subgroup A says this particular application may be considered for removal. We submit it to subgroup B. You guys look at it and say, no, we disagree with you guys.
And that there should be very specific rational and evidence.
Yeah, as to why, which is what Odegaard said. What's our evidence? Objection evidence. I like that. Okay, so then at the discussion of that, we have another discussion to just talk about the ones that we said potentially these applicants may potentially be removed. Let's chat. We're having a chat about them. And then so when we then individually, when we get our applications, we're going to just take a look at the ones that are being reconsidered. In addition, I mean, look at it closely in addition to the ones that we are also looking at. Correct?
If I'm understanding this correctly, I think my understanding is if reconsideration request has been made, it will move to the full, whole group discussion, right? For that. So then the other group has to look at that application for November meeting very carefully.
So basically, we're just gonna giving it a second chance, and because we've already okay. So I got it. So basically, if it's someone brings it up for reconsideration and do we have to agree with the objection evidence?
You just have to then review for full.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure I understand it before I gave consensus. Okay, thank you.
And also just to clarify, we aren't going to be taking a vote on this right now. What we're going to do is after the second study session, when you all have had an opportunity to determine what is bare minimum evidence, what is advanced evidence, if there are any adjustments that you want to make, we're going to revisit the process before we vote. And we're also going to take what we've heard from this conversation and put it in a visual in front of you, as a revised for you to say if we got it right or not, if we heard all the pieces. So just a heads up that we're moving right now just to try and make sure we have a clear direction, but we're not moving to a vote this morning. So I think we have what we need, Chair Kim, and we'd recommend a 15-minute break if you're ready, or when you're ready.
Sounds great. So it's now 10:35, 15-minute break. So it'll be 10:50. We'll resume at 10:50. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Seeing that all panel members are now present, I call the meeting back to order at 10:55 a.m. Ms. Apple and Mr. Brunetti, please continue your facilitation of item 4.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all again. Matt Brunetti from West Ed, just as a reminder. Now we're going to move into the conversation that we started last month around the basis for application approval or for instrument approval. As a reminder from last month, these are the exact slides that we ended the day with, or ended that particular item with last month, around evidence statements for which we felt, which you actually, not we, felt that minimum evidence might be acceptable. And those were the specific rubric evidence statements that you identified at that meeting in July. There was an idea shared by one of the subgroups around a potential for a maximum number of minimum ratings. For example, at most 4 minimum ratings are acceptable. And then we agreed that we needed to further discuss this. So here we are today to further discuss a lot of those. There was a comment too about appreciating the simplicity for the final decisions on an application to be recommend, do not recommend. So that's where we were at in July. Now, moving forward to today, on the proposed basis for approval. Now that as we've talked about in the previous study session about the steps in the protocol, we want to make sure in this proposed basis for approval that the panel establishes both the bare minimum requirements and a set of advanced requirements to align with the proposed protocol. This will also include the holistic review, which the panel noted in July was appreciated for the simplicity. And this is just a starting point for you all to consider today and revise if necessary. And that's what we'll be doing in the study session. Consistently, we're going to try to, we've learned last month that we all had different words for different things. So we're going to try to consistently use the definitions. And I'll remind you again of those on the next slide. But we'll try to use that so we're talking about the same things with each other and we have a common understanding. And then as you're going to see in this proposed basis, the items that were identified in July by you all at the panel are spread across both the bare minimum requirements and the advanced requirements, the proposed bare minimum and advanced requirements. Again, so just a reminder on the important definitions. Steps are those units in the protocols. We just talked about those, the steps 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. The bare minimum requirements is what we had a lengthy discussion on in the previous session, but what is necessary to move forward to the whole panel deliberations. The advanced requirements would be the requirements that are necessary in addition to the holistic review to move an instrument onto the draft approved list. And that would be the list that gets posted prior to the December meeting. And in a holistic review, taking into account the application as a whole, including the aforementioned requirements and all the discussions that you had leading to that point, each panelist recommends whether to move the application forward to the draft approved list. So the proposed basis for approval. Again, this is what you're going to be discussing in your study groups and study sessions. For the bare minimum requirements, must meet at least moderate evidence in these specific evidence statements. 2D1 reliability, 2D1 content validity, specifically for the overall sample and not by subgroups. I'll get more into that, what that means in the next slide. 2D2 around criterion validity, and 2D3 criterion validity for the overall sample. Okay, why for overall sample and not subgroups? In the rubric, some of the evidence statements were specified by subgroup and overall group, and others were kind of combined. I think we talked about that when we were doing the rubric. But essentially, the evidence statements that require reporting by subgroups, some of them do in the previous slide there, and really the focus on the bare minimums is at the overall sample level. And so that's kind of what this slide is noting, that in the reliability section, it's very clear because it's its own evidence statement. In the validity section, we'll have to discern that. The panelists would have to discern overall versus subgroup within that evidence statement. And then the proposed basis for advanced requirements. So this becomes when you're at the full group deliberation, a whole panel deliberation stage of the step in the process. Must meet at least moderate evidence in all evidence statements, with the exception of these three: 3E2, 3F1, and 3F2. So you can see those specific statements were evidence statements on these last few slides were from the July meeting, kind of split out into bare minimum requirements and advanced requirements. So that's the proposed basis right now to start your conversations in your subgroups and your study sessions, excuse me. Want to pause for any comments from the chairs or any clarifying questions from the panel. If it helps to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bernetti. I just want to reiterate a couple points. One point, which is this is a proposed, right? So to get our conversation started. The other piece is that what you see in the bare minimum requirements is essentially reliability and validity at the overall sample level. So if any applications do not have adequate reliability and validity, we're not going to move forward for the whole panel deliberation is really what is proposed. Any clarifying questions or comments at this point before we move on to the study group? All right, so Member Wilson first and then Member Neeson.
I'm sorry, maybe I was not paying careful enough attention or I'm rummaging through these slides. In the bare minimum requirements, is there anything about one?
No, it's only, so this is only about reliability and validity psychometrics. So that's that's why it's only on twos. And the rationale there, let me briefly provide rationale for that thinking. So bare minimum, we're thinking of really the essential, the basic requirements for the whole panel to deliberate, right? So for that, if any construct has not been measured with reliability or does not have a validity evidence, there's no further reason to think about their theoretical framework or all the other aspects that's elaborated in point 1, or the resources and other pieces in point the 3. So that's why we thought that thinking about bare minimum requirements at the psychometrics level for the overall sample. Does that answer your question? All right, so we'll move on to Member Neeson and then we'll move on to Member O'Brien.
So on the slide that says proposed basis for approval number 3, I honestly don't understand what this means. I'm sorry, I need a little more clarity on this slide and what the language, the definite. Can you explain it, please?
Sure. Kim, would you like me to take first
Yes,
step and then
please.
you go first? Essentially, it's what Chair Kim was trying to just describe there. It's really about focusing on the overall sample. So establishing the validity and reliability requirements at the overall sample and not so much at the subgroup level at this point in the bare minimum requirements. So like, if you're looking at, you'd be focusing on reliability at the overall level, overall sample, versus looking at specific subgroups at this point.
Can I add? So if you look at the rubric, right? So let me just give you an example. If you look at the rubric, the subgroups, for example, classification accuracy for students, different reference to language background, English language proficiency level, those are the subgroups. Whereas the bare minimum requirements level, we're just thinking of at the, kind of overall sample level. The same thing with, all the other aspect, reliability, right? For the entire group, grade 2 overall sample instead of, English learners, the different language backgrounds, those subgroup level. Does that help? Okay. Thank you. Member O'Brien?
Yes, I have a question. It's regarding the statute that it says that that it must identify certain information, including appropriate grade or grades for administration. Should we have that as well, or is that redundant? I mean, it's already been provided as a requirement.
So that should be provided. That will be, so for those, this is bare minimum, right? For those that meet this bare minimum, then we'll move forward to the next step for consideration for the whole panel deliberation to make it into the recommended list. Everything we're requesting has to be provided, right? So is that really the question? So grade level information, of course, that has to be included, but whether, that's not included in the bare minimum, I guess it's just given. I guess, what.
No, that's why I'm asking, because if it's already like in the instructions and everything else, that but because if it's in the statute, I don't know if we should include it as a bare minimum. That was my question.
I think that's part. So I guess the question could be out there for the bare minimum. I think as you move into the advanced requirements, I believe that's where if I were to have a magic ball and see what you're going to discuss, I can imagine you discussing some of those maybe being strong in K and 1 and not in 2, hypothetically speaking, or something like that. That's where I think that discussion happens, and around reaching the moderate evidence across all evidence statements with these 3 exceptions for the advanced requirements, which is the step prior to making it to the approved list, draft approved list. So I think yes, and then 2, later today when we talk about the screener information overview page, that information will be on there too, right? To that, so you will have, through those processes, we would expect the panel to identify those areas, and then it would be documented in that as well. But I would assume it comes through your deliberations and discussions, both at the subgroup level and the whole panel level.
Right. So it's actually identify the statute states that identify information about the appropriate administration, including grade level. This does not mean necessarily the evaluation rubric that we have, and that has to be the minimum basic, I don't think. So it has to be eventually included it'll be included at advanced requirements, right? So I don't know whether we have to necessarily tie the language in the statute with the rubric that we have, and thinking about our bare minimum versus advanced minimum, especially in bare minimum piece. Any other thoughts or questions or comments? Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, so in this study group, what we're basically doing is this isn't some ideas, but we're choosing the elements we're at each stage. But what you're suggesting, Mr. Brunetti, is that we don't focus, I guess, on the minutia of it, but just as the overall in general. That's the part I'm having a little bit of difficulty time. So, for example, in the example here, reliability 2D1, which is the slide you had. Number 3, which is the one Nissan said, but proposed basis for approval number 3, it says is regarding overall sample versus reliability 2D II is regarding subsamples. So I guess are we not focusing on the subsamples and just what you're proposing is we just focus on the samples?
Overall sample.
Overall sample.
Only at the bare minimum requirement stage.
Okay, so how would that look like? Paint a picture for me.
So when you look at reliability information, right?
Uh-huh.
So say we have application 1. We first thing I would look for the evidence for reliability and validity. If I do agree on this bare minimum requirements, right? So I'm gonna look at, is there appropriate reliability estimate reported for overall sample? That's the first one. 2.D.I, right? And then I'm going to look at content validity evidence section for overall sample, not subgroup, because that evidence statements, if you look at it, it does include overall sample and subsample. But when we evaluate for bare minimum requirements, I'm going to pay attention only to the overall sample reporting. Okay. And then the same is for the 2.D point double I guess, criteria 2, criterion validity, I'll only pay attention to overall sample, although the rubric for that one requires both overall sample and subgroup, and the last one, the same thing.
Because in the rubric they both have overall sample and
Yes.
subsample. Okay,
They don't.
subgroups. They don't separate. Okay, got it.
And just reminder too that this is the bare minimum requirements, which is the October discussion at the subgroup level, purview to the prior conversation we had in the previous session, right? And then, so it's not like we're never going to look at the subgroup level, because that will, once it advances to whole panel deliberation, then you would need to consider the entire evidence statement at that point. Okay. All right. So for study session 2, we have some discussion questions for you, hopefully to kind of allow you to kind of focus on the feedback on these. So what specific revisions, if any, do you have for the bare minimum requirements? Also, what specific revisions, if any, do you have for the advanced requirements? And what other ideas do you want to share regarding the basis for application approval? Okay, so again, we're gonna, I think for reporting out purposes, we sort of have some sentence stems for you that we think would be helpful, and just to clarify. So regarding the list of bare minimum requirements, our subgroup agreed that, and you can share that. Similar sentence stem for the advanced requirements. Regarding the list of advanced requirements, our subgroup agreed that XYZ. Our subgroup needs more, if this is relevant, our subgroup needs more clarification about XYZ. Our subgroup differed in our thoughts about XYZ. And our subgroup also wants to share XYZ if there's anything that you have to do. So just to help clarify and help everybody, both your fellow panelists and then us taking notes on your conversations around what we know we're specific, what we're talking about. Okay. As always, for our study sessions, they're all open to the public. Meeting room will continue to be live streamed. Each group will choose a reporter who's responsible for sharing aloud with the whole group and key points from the study session. Any written notes are for personal use only, and staff will not collect those notes. And all feedback related to the agenda item and responses to discussion questions must be shared via oral report. We're going to go with our same groups that we just met with earlier. A reminder of those groups. And, oops. That's not. So we can move in. Remind me of the times. Okay. We're gonna aim for a little over 45 minutes, so 12:05 to end this particular study session. And when you're ready, you can move to your groups.
I know, sure. Right? I'm thinking about the bare minimum. You know, I like the not like the discussion in July. Not worry about it, because that doesn't mean the whole group is doing it within, of course, parent. You mean one? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's through me that one does not work at all. Well, so what Sharon said, so we have to decide tonight. When I come to the answer, what is necessary, doesn't, and if it doesn't, so to me, that's the step beyond. And kind of what's the point? I think that's what I'm saying. Right? That's
Yeah, it's a different level of standard of. Are we? Exactly, just eliminating to avoid everybody waiting.
What I'm getting at is, yeah, for a minimum, in order for us to rate here, the advance.
Right, so basically, it's
Personally, one, just that piece around that they have, you know, they don't have the appropriate reliability. Even then, yeah. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, when she explained it, and then I was like, okay, we're gonna run that. We need to have that time.
so here, we're just.
I think so, but I.
If they're not moderate or strong.
In particular.
Yes.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regarding a list of their the word whole. Okay, let's do this. Reliability to the first one. Reliability to the eye is on page 6. And then content validity. And we think we should remove that parenthetic. So really, you have to score the whole. You have well and you score the whole.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go back to the slide for you. Purpose of, okay. I was like, whoa, we're looking back already. No, don't look back.
But this is bare minimum. For bare strong word or whatever.
by your community.
Right. That's what we're saying. So we don't think we need to carry that over. You couldn't score it unless you consider it. So we don't think we need that. You have to take it all. You have to consider all of it. To give it a mark. So just to move. So we're good with it as long as we're that's where we're at. Does that make sense? So it's great. Like you have to take it all into consideration. It has to score hard. I don't know. That's where we go. That's where we were. And we also for overall school because it's calling out with no parentheses. Yeah, they don't care about that. But it's not right. The rubric calls it out. So you have to break it out. Change the rubric. It's just yeah, we go different ways.
Probably have your information.
No. Then we are very here, we often do here, we're not. When we get here. Yeah. So this is fair and all right. If we think it's very yes, because what you're saying is that these ones were considered separated from not. So maybe that's an issue. So, right, so that's the issue that we have to make. Even though some of them are looking proper, it's okay for a failure because that's really the limit. I don't find that. mean, I feel like it's a red. Because we're not seeing, we're not gonna look at them unless they have none of that. Or and then so it's fine. All not evidence of what's reasonable. I think it's pretty high. But this one is really about the words. It's 45, above mentioned around problem solving. So your suggesting point he goes through. So if we have the script meeting all about the rubric, then that may be.
Can we have the evaluation point for this day? That's different, right? That's so my choice is right.
And we somehow, how we are not treated as, so they can be. Because they might just come in.
Right, I mean, we're talking like.
Right. It's clear the concept, you're right. And that's not everyone's. There are. Can we add into this? Yeah. I also agree with you.
Yeah.
And then what we so
Not in business. And we're looking at it as a holistic view of that. So if there's a and but we're still looking at not gonna all have to. So probably my question was not. They would probably find out there. Find out what for free. And they can potentially be required. They are looking at it as a whole. Like it's I'm good with this little bit. Bare minimum that shouldn't be the problem. So let's just go with bare minimum and move on. Yeah. We're looking at to the eyes. And they're limiting your time, but we really right. I think it's because I think it's affecting a lot of right now. What's the likelihood of happening anywhere? Let's just like move to the more important. I'm just coming to the point here. Even though it's not just critical. Yeah. That's right. No, but, that's fine. But they just will, yeah, they just will, they're not gonna get it. I also changed during this test. I just didn't know that. Right, but the point is they could not really have scored a moderate. Because they could not have scored a moderate. So, or at least moderate or overall. So I'm trying to get it off. Yeah, they decided to vote and. Modified because they really didn't need moderate evidence. We don't know if they did, but we didn't know prior to it. So this one, these are so basically it's you like the venue, okay, experience of I've got I don't really change that for overall.
She's writing on him. I think you're on.
Nancy, Nancy, right now.
Basically, it's just applying the moderate.
Right, but then so, but it needs to be the overarching. Why do we not have it? Right, weed out. Then, right. Leave all four, get rid of the sound on it. Because we don't need this. So why do we? Well, that's really a long way to get really easy revision. No, it's not.
I'm going to modify a slide because Chair Kim identified it was a typo. It wasn't intended. Or not a typo, but we just want to clarify. I'm just going to make it a strike through.
So maybe what? Yeah, so everything in one has to, but we're talking about. Yeah, they're hard.
No. But I said, I mean, really.
Oh. Two is the resource for people. Yeah. Three, two, reasons for. So they're concerned. They want to. We're gonna know that one way. You got sense of like how many are. Yeah. I think that really. This is. I think I actually thought we had the more targeted. Where they don't have that. But I think it was. So we're requiring this meaning that we should do. Yes. Except for no minimum, my notes say no minimum. Right, so three, we had three, I still love, I think I'm wrong. And then we decided those couldn't be because they had to have safe. So we eliminated them. So these are the three that we ended up with. But it's on our rubric. But in terms of if it's minimal, if it's assumed, then what shouldn't. So I think what we were, what when we should, good, before when we wanted to. The part of done before, but let me read. Yeah, that's fine. Is it about guidance? Yeah. That's why I'm trying. If the information was more limited or less clear about next steps. Well, but it doesn't just say that. It also says so it could be maybe a platform. I don't know, right, it's more of an open platform. The guidance word is the issue, right? Safeguard word, that's the issue. So I think, I mean, I agree with you, it should be assumed that all of them have that. But if it's assumed, then they should score monitor.
Well, here's my sticking point. What if we're talking about a purely paper screen, right? There isn't any electronic, it's all paper. So there's no purely safeguards that are applied with the so we have only technologies that we can provide guidance in terms of how to use right on it. When I mean, materials and do that like okay, I don't see why I could agree with have to tell you.
Then I could agree with you, but if you go 3EI on it.
Right.
Right, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying I'm now in that scenario, I can see putting 3E.
The fact that they've been kind of limiting that, that's the one. Well, there's resources for low quality, even from the research that we've done. I don't know, maybe being a teacher and then now that I knew social media, get an experience, not have.
Well, I would say this and saying. Still, the list is choosing. And I also think that a tool that is for the purpose of universal training.
It's about the resources.
Was designed not for universal training. It was not designed to be a PD mechanism.
So for this,
So it's a bit of different
things are like,
go to tool
to be a big universal thing.
pivot. Also,
That was
if you
my
know
short
that one is still being operationalized. So they may not have those resources available yet, but if the district chooses to adopt it, then the district needs to train or it needs to be rolled out. So I'm not saying I would necessarily, your district may not take it. I don't think it should be rolled out because somebody could have put all their quality because that's not their lane. That wasn't the company's lane.
Right, but
I mean, there's.
it's not ideal, but it's not necessarily low.
That's for me. Eliminate. And maybe in the list of elimination. This may say, hey, no, we only want to look at stuff that has good.
Like read everything. I'm sure.
But I think because you have to have a group that you can do it.
We can, but if we have the same group, we can provide confidence to say, this is what's true. Of those, we recommend that, this person is that is limited.
I think about it as saying theoretically, you would have a committee who would say, what are the things we're looking for in this group? And then the committee would then choose from the list. And if the district said, we really want to make sure the true center has this for years, then that's what the space should be given into.
Right. They have only the one.
Yeah. And I don't know how we're gonna report, but that's what the district did in adoption.
Right, and if this is more experience, letters or four or whatever.
So I love that your eyes were quick.
That this makes for them too. I'm help figure out. It's not about the whole trend. So, keep that. Okay, all right, we're in agreement. They are.
literal, and I love when you have to see it. I would say. Because they're forever. I would say you're. The list is not going to change the fact that it's going to have a huge amount. Well, the list needs to have as many high quality tools for eye place and lens front. It's going to be limited information. So my Pollyanna has left the thing. Exactly, right, right, and nor should we expect that from vendors as well. My understanding, because that's not their lane. You know, you're asking the and I do understand. But you're saying, you know, this child needs this score, now saying the vendors tell maybe outside the range or that. That they're not doing, they're not doing. Yeah, right, exactly. Exactly. Right. Right. Yeah, maybe you're, well. Yeah. We, I think. That minimum procedure because you want them to offer that limited information or maybe performance about the next step. You want to give a really more purview about the results. But that's where I'm started like if we need to I don't understand we have comments. We don't know how to recommend it for one. It was just happen. So that like I thought was
Oh yeah, we did.
it is different. That's my understanding. That's what I think, but I also see the point we're making of it's also for different contexts. I have a feeling that I'm not.
Yeah, that's why we tried to like interview the third order.
Yeah, I think it would be well. How about I don't do the players and not harm.
Exactly.
It's the same thing when you're different choosing. So, and that, you know, that makes, I live in, like, you're looking at our comments, because that's the window of time, you know, the short, like, you're maybe teaching the short round, but you haven't even got that, how does that program address it? We're saying what. There's my so like for
Yeah. So, well, I don't know why we didn't. Well, there's other tonight.
And I'm wondering question we talk about informational that we were adopted. I'm giving a my tutor is my we're talking about peer stuff, and we're talking about something really just goes with the yeah. So our LEAs know. So we had a network meeting at the end of last year, another network Monday, where we're with our LEAs, we were taking through this last year, and then we're taking through a process where I created a super simple table that has all the months on it, and then I filled in all the time certain, like when the list is coming out, when the board has to adopt, we're taking the time to say, hey, here's when the board has to adopt backwards now. When does your agenda for your board have to okay, that's how many weeks before. They went backwards now. When does your team have to make a decision backwards now? When should you make that decision? So, and our LEAs have done a good job. As a matter of fact, we started it in June of last year. And yesterday I was getting pings in my Google Calendar. A couple of my LEAs were working on this Google Docs. So I know there are some RLs. And our goal is to we eyeball somebody and say, you know this is happening, right? I know. I mean, if you want to come back here, I think she will touch back in, but I don't think she was there. Okay, let me. Probably go. What have you guys do? Yeah, I feel like there's
This would be a good discussion for the next CLA subcommittee to make it a point of discussion. At the level that you're describing, the scope is
Okay, panelists, the time for the subgroup session or study session is ending. What's that? Okay. Panelists, the study session is ending. Could you please return to your seats? Okay, just for the sake of clarity and transparency, because I know we talked about this in the subgroup levels, but there was an unintentional parenthetical that just wanted to say, or that was not the highlighted and strike through is what wasn't intended to be there. But I think both subgroups address that, or study sessions address that. Okay. Through Chair Kim, I think we'll break for lunch now that everybody has worked up their appetite.
So do you want to break for lunch, or do you want to have it reported and then take a break?
I think they're planning to do the report out after lunch.
Oh, I think,
Yeah.
yes, I think there's a preference for doing it because when our memory is fresh,
Okay.
sort it out, and then have lunch before we lose that thought.
You don't want to change your ideas, yeah? Okay. Well, let's do. Oops. And go back. We're gonna allow Jen and I to get reorganized.
Love that enthusiasm. Welcome back to the dais. Jennifer Zoppel with West Ed. We are going to go ahead and hear the report outs from study session 2 related to the basis for approval of applications. So if we could hear from our first group. Again, we have some sentence prompts that are here. They might not all apply to your group, but the idea is to kind of give ease and efficiency in sharing out your group's agreement points around each of these items. And just to give you a sense of overall process, when we're listening, we're going to be listening across the subgroups for what are the agreement points, assuming that what you agree on can move forward, and then where are there differences, so that we then bring forward the differences for further conversation. So I just want to be clear that that's why we're kind of offering these prompts up to guide the conversation. So could group A, who are our two reporters? Who do we have this time? Okay, great. Could we start with Member Gravlin and go ahead and just share your report out, and then we'll go to Member Odegaard.
All right. Regarding the bare minimum requirements, our group agreed that it would be helpful for that overarching must meet at least moderate evidence statement to, one, include there that we're considering the overall sample just as kind of that overarching expectation that encompasses each of the bullet points underneath. And then we also wanted clarified in that overarching statement that the subsequent bullet points would be all required, just so there's no confusion that those are ands and not ors. Regarding the list of the advanced requirements, we were suggesting that we add one. We are suggesting adding 3E III, so 3E3. And that's the one with the safeguards to protect student privacy and confidentiality. Our reasoning behind that one was that theoretically there could be a paper-only screening measure. And so then the safeguards aren't necessarily applicable. It's more a matter of, did they provide guidance on how to ensure confidentiality with screening, testing, and protocols, which we really felt was already implied that that's the expectation that the schools are following FERPA, and that the screening measure didn't necessarily need that responsibility to further clarify how schools could provide that confidentiality with paper measures, that they should kind of already know how to do that, to the point where it didn't necessarily need to be a cut point there for this advanced requirement. And our kind of last point here regarding what our subgroup needs more clarification about was that when we get to the point of our approved list, we're under the impression that there can be some sort of comments that we can add to these approved lists, such as, we approve the screening measure for kindergarten and first grade, but not necessarily, second grade, something like that. But we are hoping for kind of clarification on what those contributions to our comments can be. Like, how is there a word count? Is it just a this grade but not that grade, or can we kind of point out, hey, FYI, take note that this screening measure is approved, but just kind of what are the limits and expectations on those sorts of comments that we are able to provide to the approved list.
We can unpack that a little bit after we hear. Let me just turn to Matt to see, do you need clarification on any of the? Was there anything that you wanted to share out in terms of differing opinions within your group?
I think we all came to, yeah, we're good.
Okay, thank you. And before we move to the other group, can you just confirm what you have for the changes?
So for the bare minimum requirements, we heard that that statement, the overarching statement above the bullet points, to be specific about it applies to the overall sample, not student groups or subgroups, and that all the sub bullets below that are all required. There's not a or list. As for the advanced requirements, it's adding 3E3 or 3E.III around that's the thing to add. She gave her reasoning for around paper-based, and it's really the LEA's responsibilities for safeguarding student data around that point. And for a clarification point is, what additional pieces of information can the panel provide about instruments on the approved list, or specific information about that? Does that sound right? Okay.
Great. Thank you. Member Odegaard.
Regarding the list of bare minimum requirements, our subgroup agreed that greater clarity that the overall sample refers through K through 2. Regarding the list of advanced requirements, our subgroup did come to consensus that we're cool with what's on there. Okay. We thought we needed more clarification, but we reached consensus within ourselves. So we don't have anything that we're asking for more clarification on. We reached consensus, so we worked through our differences of understanding to get to consensus. We're doing a good job. That's what we want to share.
Thank you. Matt, did you want to, one more thing?
I did say that we agreed that the advanced requirements, we're fine.
Fine, we're good. Yeah. That's good. That's good.
I heard a lot of panelists. I heard a lot of agreement with one thing, to just add greater clarity around that overall sample and be specific around grades K to 2. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why you wanted to keep us here. Wasn't that?
No, that wasn't too. Okay, so let me go back. Sorry. So now we open it up across the panel to have conversation and consideration based on what you heard from the study sessions. And I see Member Martinez.
I like the recommendation of including that additional criteria for it's okay to get the minimal evidence there, but I would like the clarification then to say then for paper tests only.
Thoughts or reactions from the group related to that?
That makes sense to me. Because what we talked about is that it's the word safeguards in there. So if it's an online platform or something like that, they should meet safeguard requirements. So I'm good with that.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or reactions before I address the question from the first group related to adding additional information? Anything specific to the requirements? Okay, so I think the question was about sharing information related to, this is perhaps appropriate to like second grade as opposed to kindergarten or something along those lines. So the intention of item number 5 is to talk about the screener information overview. And that is a space where, and we'll talk about it more in that item, we will capture notes from your conversations, we'll capture notes from the rubric, so like your panelist comments, to be able to communicate that. And that is intended really to be public facing and available for the public to understand the panel's interpretation or perspective on the individual screening instruments. So I think that much of what you're asking would be addressed there. But if you were thinking about something specific to the application process itself, or something that would have to do with the bases, then I think I'd need to hear a little bit more of the thinking. So for folks who are in that group, is the concern really more like how we share that information with the public?
Vice Chair Guerrero?
The conversation that we had was basically share with the public, but also with districts. Like, for example, one of the conversations was we're going to provide this approved list. And I know that districts then have to kind of decide which ones they want, and they might be looking for certain things. How do we can, for example, share, like one of the things that was discussed was professional development for teachers. And on one of the rubrics, on section 3, it states that there's a section on additional resources for teachers. And so if a district is going to provide something, if they like one of the publishers, how would we tell them this is a great screener, but it doesn't have any professional development for teachers? Your district's on its own. You guys are going to have to kind of do your own training, yada, yada, yada. So that's kind of how the conversation started. So, I mean, and there's other elements as well, but the question is, how could we provide that to districts, or how can our public comments be made public? So when a district is looking through and trying to determine which one they're going to choose, what would be appropriate for them, without having to doing their own research, because we're doing all the research for them. We have a lot of information, we'll have a lot of knowledge, but it's not shared with everybody. So how could we make that?
I would defer to Jess on this, but my understanding is the approved list itself would be just that, the approved list, as opposed to an approved list that is annotated. So the approved list is what it is, and then the screener information that goes alongside it, which is called out in statute as the panel's way of sharing further information about the instruments with LEAs, with the public, etc. Does that stand?
There's nothing in statute that limits what you include on the approval list. I think that to the extent that you want to include more than just names, that's something that you're going to want to think through very carefully. I would really recommend, you guys have a decision whether or not you would like to share out the scoring for each one of these instruments. So for example, there is a possibility that you could share out where an instrument scored strong or moderate. But I would really advise you to talk carefully through that because there are other potential ramifications of that kind of a decision, other than just providing that. The public may have a good sense of that because you're going to be talking about how you're going to be scoring these. So perhaps it won't be that new information, but it should be something that you consider as consider is whether or not you want it to be part of your process. I would be careful about putting lots of different information in different places. So to the point of Jen, I think probably it makes a lot of sense to include anything you want to about screening instruments in the template and not try to put too much on the actual list, because that could create some confusion in the field about where they need to look for what information. So, yeah.
Member Neeson?
That was sort of my wondering is, we're going to have that information sheet from each vendor, correct? That has like a lot of those things that we requested, like a one pager.
There's a cover sheet that's a part of the submission.
Yeah. And I would just say that working with districts and pieces, they're going to have to make decisions that work best for themselves, and it's incumbent upon them to do their own due diligence to decide whether or not this criteria is correct for them. And I think it's important as we review that we keep in mind that schools are basically, we're giving them like the buffet and say, here you go. Now you need to decide which is going to fulfill the appetite you have, right? So, and in some districts, they're going to have to go through internal RFP processes anyway with the vendors that are on the list that we've chosen, because anything over certain dollar amounts have to go through a public process at the LEA level anyway. So just some things to think about.
Thank you.
Member Odegaard?
I'm just sensitive to this public nature. All I was doing when she looked down wasn't passing a note. I was just showing the draft from this item. I'm not handing notes to her, which is against the Bagley rules.
Thank you for your clarification. Member Martinez?
I guess I appreciate the conversation here and on both sides, right? About the districts needing to do their own due diligence, but also wanting to provide them, I guess, a head start on that if we can. And so I do think it's incumbent upon us to think about that information sheet then and what really should go in there and how we might be able to provide a little more guidance about maybe some areas where they were strong and maybe some areas where, and I think we have the ability to do that, right, on the information sheet to like populate it with something like of that nature. So that would be my recommendation is if we can provide at least a little bit of guidance to about like some core pieces like that, right?
And just another point of clarification. So with the information that goes on to the screening information template, we do need to, we don't have the process laid out yet, but we'll need to come up with a process for reaching consensus from the panel of what goes onto the list, onto the information overview. Because we do have the cover sheet provided by the applicants, but it is up to the panel to determine to what extent you agree with what information is provided. And so it'll take some time to come to consensus around what that information template looks like, or what you choose to put onto the information template. Not seeing any further comments. Do we need a moment for thinking? Okay, Chair Kim, we return it back to you.
Thank you. So let's move on to opening the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and the access code. They'll be shown promptly.
Hold on 1 second, sorry.
Okay. Soon.
Yeah. Because we didn't have lunch in between, our process is a little bit.
Yep.
So we need to loop back first to study session number 1 to see if there are any implications for changes. So let's move ourselves forward. There it is. So sorry about that.
Make sure that we're holding the public comment for now and then we're looping back. Sounds good.
Great. And also prior to that, we will share back with you the revised versions of what we created. So you can decide what the right timing is with lunch. So considering all that we've discussed so far, are there implications or revisions needed for the application evaluation protocol that need to be discussed? And there is one that I'd like to bring forward that staff recognized and we wanted to bring to your attention. The idea of putting a November 1 deadline to have people share back which they may have challenges to would be problematic because you'd be sharing that back not in a public forum. So if we want to have that step, we would need to extend it so that it goes all the way to the November panel meeting and have you share with us at the November meeting that there's one you want for reconsideration, and then include that as a part of the conversation in December. So I wanted to make sure the group was aware of that. I do have a revision of the diagram. I haven't had an opportunity yet to revise the table chart. So we're not able to put those up in front of you just yet, although we could if we took a pause.
So that revision we can take a look after lunch.
We certainly could. Is there any discussion that you want to have without the visual, or would you like to move to lunch?
Member Wilson?
I want to go to lunch, but but we did. So the question about the November one is one of the things that our team discussed is there a protocol where one member could email state board and then the state board could inform everyone? And the only reason we wondered about that is if we wait till the November one to tell everyone, then there's less time for everyone to know that it's been. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how those rules work. So that was our wondering.
It's a good question. So that would constitute what's sort of known as a hub and spoke communication, in which all more than 2 of the members would be talking about something through another person. So anytime that happens, that's considered a conversation and would have to be done via a public meeting that is noticed. So unfortunately, it's not an option. Jen and I were talking about this while you guys were in your study session. It's not an option for us. However, because we have that space in December, it's also a possibility to think about some options for what could be done then.
Thanks for the clarification. Any other points before we go to lunch? Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Stoffel and Mr. Brunetti. It is now 12:31. And I think I got a lot of signs that we're ready for lunch. So we'll take an hour, and it will be, say, 1:35 real turn. Sounds good? All right, thank you. All right, welcome back from lunch. Now, seeing that all panel members are present, I call the meeting back to order at 1:44 p.m. Ms. Zoppel, continue your facilitation.
The application evaluation protocol. And so what I'd like to do is walk you through the revisions that staff made based on what we think we heard you say. And so this will be an opportunity for you to catch any changes or corrections as recommended before we move to a vote. So I don't expect anyone can see this at this size, but what I wanted to just let you see at the high level here is that for the sake of conversation right now, I've highlighted in red items that have been changed. So we'll go ahead and zoom in a bit more. So starting with the very first section, prior to the September panel meeting, we moved the assignment of applications to panelists for calibrations and by study group to allow more time for reviewing of those applications. Just as a reminder, we do get them August 30th, so they're not going to come right away, but we'll do our best to get them to you in a reasonable amount of time, and certainly letting you know which ones we're prioritizing for the calibration purposes at the September meeting. So the only thing different here is that we removed that notion of sending prior to October. So you don't see it in red because it's gone, it's moved. So then when we come down to the October panel meeting, I've adjusted in red because I changed the language slightly here. Application meets bare minimum requirements was added in, and does not meet bare minimum requirements. Another change for the October meeting is this additional step of the applications being assigned to other subgroup, which is the box above in red. And you can see that we stretched out that oval and changed the language slightly. So the application may be removed from further consideration, or subgroup recommendation may be challenged. And as I mentioned before lunch, because we need to have any of those reconsiderations brought up in the public forum, that's going to extend all the way through the time prior to the November panel meeting, and means that we will need to have a portion of the time in our November meeting, which we'll see in just a moment. Just want to pause here to make sure that these additions are clear. So it's adding a step around applications assigned to other subgroups and extending that review period. Member Neeson?
So just to clarify, if there are no challenges, then that would mean that that wouldn't necessarily go into November, correct?
Correct. Member Kim, Chair Kim?
So the red box, applications assigned to the other subgroup, just to clarify, all panel members will have access to all applications before this.
Yes.
So what this means is now they're gonna take a look at it for deeper, right, reading. So then I'm kind of curious about the applications, the wording part of it. So kind of maybe we can think about revising it so to reflect what we really mean.
So one thing I think one thing to point out here is that the application, the diamond ahead of here, is that it meets the bare minimum requirements. So stemming from that diamond is application is assigned to the other group. And the significant change that's here is actually, I don't have it listed as that decision point, it's actually just a step, I think is really what we're seeing, is that if they're moving forward, they're just moving forward to the next level of consideration.
So, yeah, but I wonder whether that can be kind of a reflected in the using the language, right?
Perhaps like move forward for consideration, something along those lines.
Another piece is, I think we didn't have a consensus, but I think our group suggested small subgroup deliberation on those that was suggested for removal, right?
You know what? And that is, I see what happened here. I think this is a typo. The one that's below should be read. The one that's below says subgroup exchange and review.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So if you, coming from the bottom red diamond, there is a box here that should be read because that's a new step. Subgroup exchange and review applications that are recommended to be removed from consideration.
But then the one that's currently read, was it there before?
It was a diamond before. So I just.
There, then we should think about whether it's actually, do we want to keep it? Like the wording at least, right? Yes.
The way I understood it when it was a diamond was the box on the top that's red right now, the actual square, is when we were going to switch. When subgroup 1A and subgroup B switched application, numbers. So if we got 1 through 5 and they got 5 through 10, we would switch. But that was before, and then we would then look at it again, so we could be ready for the November meeting. But that new box, the new square, the black square, is when we added like the middle point. So that's what I'm understanding. So that we could discuss the ones that we were considering not to move forward. So I think the other ones, basically applications assigned to other subgroups, or that still needs to happen because those are the applications that we've had on track and we're just swapping. You can say switch or whatever word we want to use. We just switch.
You may not have read that half in as deep of detail yet.
Correct.
So that's what this is trying to signify, is that you are now reading the other half of those that are moving forward.
Yes, and so the black box is just another step that we added to discuss only the ones that we were contemplating not moving forward.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the confusion with the changing. It's hard, a lot on the fly there. So I think the question is still, do we need to clarify the language in what is accidentally the red box to help state or articulate exactly what you're just saying, Vice Chair Guerrero, that this is intended to mean the panel's review of the other applications that they haven't yet looked at in detail, which is different from the exchange below, which is that faster exchange that we talked about, doing a quick exchange and review about the ones that were considered for removing from consideration.
Well, Member Martinez and Wilson.
I think that the wording does need to be changed because it's not just that the other group is going to read for the first time in depth, but rather that all of us are going to read all of the applications and come ready for a whole group discussion on the advanced requirements. So it seems that it should say, I think what I heard Chair Kim alluding to is the applications move to the next step or they move forward.
Thank you, Member Wilson.
So I like move to the next step. I'm wondering if you're zoomed in, so we're not looking at the diamond we're talking about right now. I think if you were there.
Yeah, it's just going to zoom out.
It's going to zoom, yeah.
Connections between them.
Yeah.
I'll go back into the diamond.
Okay, so it's the one that says application that's not the right one. We're talking about the one that says application assigned to the other subgroup, correct? Yeah. So that's not the right one.
There's no longer a diamond that says that. There used to be a diamond that says that, and it's now a red square because I applied the red square formatting to the wrong thing.
But is it there? There is that because it said application meets minimum requirements, and then straight across from meets minimum requirements. We're actually talking about it's above that, above where you're zoomed in on, I think. Oh, okay. So there's nothing that says assigned to other subgroup.
Right. Well, what says assigned to other subgroup is that square that, sorry. Yeah, it would make more sense if it was still a diamond. It was still diamond, so I'm sorry about that.
I wonder, so in the previous version, right, in that previous version, before that current square that was, inadvertently, I guess, highlighted into red or maroon, before that, we don't actually say it's actually assigned, half of them is assigned. We don't specify that level of detail here. So to me, whatever that will be, I agree with the other people that it just indicated as, these applications move forward or advance to the next level or some sort of using that language.
Okay, so I think what is clear is the idea of striking the language that says application assigned to other subgroup under the October panel meeting, and instead changing it to something along the effect of applications move forward for advanced requirement review. Something along those lines. Okay. So that would bring us to here. And yeah. All right. Now I think we're on track. Okay, so that means coming into the I should also say, prior to the November panel meeting, that's when the independent review would then take place. Member Odegaard?
We are being very fastidious, so I want to say this. It seems to me that there would be a path that would open up now from the black square that says subgroups. That would be a line that could then actually move them up to be assigned to move to the full evaluation, right?
We'll see that in November.
Yeah.
That'll come out in November because you all haven't had an opportunity to talk about it yet.
No. I'm saying that on this process diagram, you could actually have the other subgroup override the other group, and we could actually move them into the qualified for going on for the next stage of review. You don't have that on this process. You have them going over to being maybe evaluated. They could also go straight up to being considered for full evaluation now. See what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. Thank you for the clarification. So I think the way we interpret it was because the other subgroup wouldn't have an opportunity to do a deep review, that you wanted to wait until after that to determine either way. But I think what I'm hearing Member Odegaard say is actually if there was a potential, that there may be a potential decision point that does flip in that October meeting. So would that be for it to move forward or for it to not move forward?
It could be both, so yes.
Okay. Do we get that? Okay. I think I understand the notion. Basically, it could be removed or it could move forward, and so we need to capture that coming out of this. Okay. Thank you. Member O'Brien?
Yes. I have a wondering. Now that we know, well, have we come to a consensus or approval as to what the bare requirement is? I just want to make sure.
Well, we haven't yet. We will come to that after we move through this.
So if let's suppose that we accept that the bare requirement is what we have proposed right now, since we know exactly what we're looking at, do we still need to take it to that extra step of rereading if we know exactly what section we're going to look at? Maybe there is time in the subgroup to make that determination, and we don't need to go any farther. I'm wondering.
So for consideration for the panel, now that you're have a stronger idea of what that bare minimum may be. We haven't quite finalized it yet, but does that change your thinking on how you'd like to handle that step? I think that's the question here. Not seeing any. Yes, Member Odegaard?
I do think the process is cleaner since we know specifically what we're supposed to be looking at. If we could move out of this step to knowing what the pool for consideration would be. And so is there a motivation that would suggest that we would need to extend this out from a fairness standpoint or for some others? From a process standpoint, O'Brien is raising a really critical point. We're laser focused on very specific things with very specific criteria linked in one instance to a numeric value. So it would make our lives so much easier and the process so much more straightforward if it was concluded who was moving forward at that stage. Now, there may be other things that we're not considering, so I'm just opening it to the group.
Member Martinez?
Yeah, I wonder then, can we approve the bare minimum requirements first so that we're all like, that's settled? And then we can say, okay, now that we know, here's the criteria and here's the evidence we'll be looking for. I feel way more confident that we could make a decision about whether to move or not at that October meeting.
Chair Kim?
I appreciate that. I wonder whether we are losing anything by keeping the current proposed structure rather than, so it's just a safeguard. I think if we remove it, it will look cleaner. But, in terms of process, what happens, it's not going to really change much, right? So I think having extra layer just to make sure that we're doing all things that we can consider is where I am. I don't think we're going to lose a lot. If it does not need, it does not need, and the process will be just streamlined. Any thoughts on that? Okay. Member Martinez?
Yeah, I guess then in that case, it would just be, then we need an arrow. That would be, in addition, one up to the applications. Anyways.
So in terms of the extended oval then, where we have through up until the November meeting for a panelist, for an application to be brought back, is that still valid? Okay. So what I'm hearing here is we leave these as is with the exception of moving an arrow between the subgroup exchange towards assigning those applications, and we change the wording, as I mentioned, for that step altogether. Okay, I think we got that. Okay, so coming into the November panel meeting, this is the step in red is identify applications for reconsideration from those previously removed with evidence. So meaning that if someone wants to bring something forward for reconsideration, they're also bringing specifically the evidence they're wanting reconsidered. So is it a particular evidence statement that you feel is needs to be reconsidered by the panel? From there, we would then go into the whole panel deliberation as we were originally planning, and that's all panelists considering all applications, right? And here we have the reason why this is in red is because I added the specific language of meets advanced requirements and holistic review to be added to draft list of approved screening instruments. So slight difference there. And then also the potential to have it removed from further consideration. Panelist Gravelin?
Just trying to clarify that process for this, the challenge or the reconsideration. Let's say that one member prior to the November panel took one of those that had been, requested to be cut. What I'm envisioning is they make some sort of case and proposal of why it should be reconsidered, is that automatically reconsidered, or are we taking a vote of whether that member made a valid case that we all need to go back and look at that application, or what does that process
that mean, right? So I think we would need to turn it to the panel to see if you have opinion. I don't know that it's something as formal as a vote, but I think based on the evidence that you've heard, right, this would likely be a separate item, right, on the agenda, so that you are having an opportunity to talk about it separate from your whole panel deliberation. So in moving from one to the next, I think we'd have to determine, is it information only, or is it an action item? Is that correct, Jess, in terms of voting, that wouldn't be considered a separate vote unless they specifically asked for it? To return it out of consideration, because they never voted to take it out to begin with.
So really, if this process works the way it's supposed to, the only formal votes that you should be taking should be in December. So I think that there can be discussion and sort of general acknowledgement of where you'd like to go with certain things, but really the only vote that we will be taking will be in December, unless for some reason we're extremely efficient, and then it'll be in November.
Member Newsom?
So I think in July, we all agreed that one person could bring an item back for reconsideration. And I think we also had some discussions, at least in our subgroup, that perhaps we might want to consider at least 2 members needing to bring something back for consideration. But I'd like to offer that to the group as a suggestion that perhaps we can come to consensus on, that there has to be more than one person that has the same kind of, like, no, I really think we need to bring this back. But that's my suggestion and my opinion, so I'd offer it to the panel.
Member Wilson?
Well, I'm thinking that given what Jessica just said about it's just a discussion, if the person has to say, I want to bring this back, and they have to state the evidence, the only way we'd know is if there's 2 people, because we're not talking in between the meetings, is then for a second person to say, I also think so, and blah, 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 or that's the only one person, and then we just have a discussion about whether we think it has merit or not. So I don't know that the number matters so much if the process is that the person has to say, here's the one I want to bring back, and here's the evidence, because there's no way of knowing how many of us think that ahead of time, because then it would break Bagley-Keene, I think.
Perhaps one more piece of context that might be helpful. I'm going to fast forward. You see that there is a line coming off of that box about identifying the applications. That line connects to the idea that if applicable, previously removed applications could be reviewed and then discussed in December, because because you would need to have the opportunity to, make everyone aware that you're bringing this back for reconsideration, have the opportunity for any public feedback or comment related to that, and then have the discussion about the actual application you're reconsidering in December. So I just want to make sure that that full flow makes sense, because that's all new based on this process. Member Odegaard?
The process is okay. I'm still not clear on the rationale or motivation for why we put this whole extended period in the first place, but we really need to be clear with ourselves, just for the record. No new evidence is outside of what the vendor's responsible for providing can be brought into play. So that's clear. And I do have one room of a red flag here is I do think it would look optically suspect if one of us came back after being away from the public eye with a challenge. So I do think that we do run a risk of how we decide our procedures based off of the transparency of the process. That's my only concern about this.
Member Wilson?
So I think I'm not thinking that the evidence would be outside of the documentation of whatever the vendor sends us. My worry, and I mean this, I don't think this is going to, I think I said this in the subgroup, I don't think this is going to be a lot of cases, if any, so we're spending a lot of time on it, but I mean, it matters. My worry is having to decide right then and there at a meeting where, let's say I'm on the other subgroup and I've skimmed the other one, but I haven't dug in. So that's my point, is just, I would appreciate having a little time and space to be able to go, okay, the other team said X, Y, Z. I'd like to look at it for myself. And then, yes, I agree with them. Or, oh, I wonder if they noticed this, italicized bullet, or if they noticed X, Y, Z. So, but I agree with you. I mean, there is a risk there but I'm not thinking the evidence would be something outside of what is submitted. I'm thinking it may be a piece of evidence that maybe the other group didn't notice. But I still think it's pretty unlikely.
And I do think we're all on the same page there. What we also are in a public setting, we all understand that the evidence will be presented in the application, and that's what we're reviewing. I know that we all know that, but sometimes we just want to say some things out loud because, yeah, that's just it. I mean, we do want to have full transparency about what we're doing, and to not have, all of us are high integrity people and volunteering our time to be here. So just to the public, hi there.
All right, Member Graveling.
I'm just coming back to my point that if one of the subgroups, right, our 4-person and Chair Kim all agreed that it didn't meet that minimum requirement, and then the subgroup initially had that discussion, and one person over the course of the next month thinks that it needs to be reconsidered, does that automatically mean that in November all of us have to go home and review it and be prepared to evaluate it and vote on it in December? Or does it take more than just that one person saying, hey, by the way, let's look at this again? Like, is there not any additional bar that needs to be done before all of us need to do a full review on it?
Member Wilson?
I did not understand it to mean that everybody would then have to go back and review it. The way I understood it, and maybe I want to clarify what I thought Jessica said, is, let's say in November somebody says, I looked at this and I noticed X, Y, Z, and I think we should reconsider. What I think I heard is the group would then have a discussion and come to a consensus in just discussion without a vote. Yeah, no, we considered that and we still don't think it's worth reconsidering, or we don't think that raises it to a moderate level. So I don't think it means that we would all have to do it automatically, because she said, I thought Jessica said it was a discussion amongst the group. So
Vice Chair Guerrero?
I agree with what Ms. Panelist Wilson is saying, because I also understood it to mean that at this point by November, we've already looked at all the applications. So if someone was to bring one up no, it doesn't work, huh? Dang it. Okay, I withdraw what I was going to say. I might come back later. Excuse me.
Thanks. Member Ryan?
I'm wondering if we're forgetting that there's that step where whatever applications were recommended for not going forward, that the other subgroup is going to look at it. When was it, in October?
Yes, in October.
So we have the second pair of eyes looking at it. And so if there's an objection, it would be, well, either the first group, but you already agreed that you wanted that withdrawn. So it would be from our group that somebody would say.
Okay, Member Martinez?
I think we still we haven't specified like the decision rule for a given step. And it is that, that we subgroup, or the group then that is reviewing the challenge, or all of us actually are going to potentially review the challenges, because we could have in both groups something rejected, right? So say then we decide some move on, but that there is some that we're like, I think it's worth digging more into this one. We've already, I guess, we have that doorway right there, but and I would want to keep that doorway for the reasons that you have said. that because it is a more on the fly kind of decision that we're making, and it's a high stakes one. And so let us have at least that opportunity. So I think that's one decision point where we're grappling with is can we say that one person can at that point say, you know, I think those of us who didn't do the deep review here really need to take a deep review. I'm not comfortable. That's one. And then let's say that that other group reads it with the basic, actually, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the basic, maybe it's the whole, I don't know. And then we come back and we have that next step, right, where we're reviewing together now with all of the information. I'm stuck. So then then I guess it is the whole group conversation. Then at that point, then there's not going to be a given individual that's going to insist that it has to be on the approved list. So it is then, I guess then it is a trigger at the earlier one that everyone does a review if one person. Yeah.
Yeah, I think procedurally for how the workload's going to work, that's to just make it to where if there's that one objection, it just moves on to the whole in the rare chance that it would. The challenge we do have from that standpoint that no one's raised yet is in here in November. If someone walks in on November and challenges something that we discussed in October, none of us have done a full review of it. When do we talk about it? That's the question we haven't, have we figured, is that in December? Would have to be in December.
That's why the review or the conversation of it would happen in November because of that.
The full deep dive into it would happen in November. So
in December.
What Martinez is suggesting is a great procedural option because it does allow us to then say, well, one person can rock the boat. We all just read it thoroughly and then it gets reviewed in its totality. But it does mean that we wouldn't walk into December with a complete list to vote on. If somebody came in November and said, I object, I want us to do a full review of this one.
But again, we don't have to vote at the very beginning of the December meeting. We can vote, obviously before it adjourns. So we do have a window to discuss having to go back and relook at something closely. Just because I thought we could do that in November, but we can't. So it would have to be December.
So then I have a question for Jess, which is statutorily with that draft list, are we running into a hiccup since we have to have a draft list at the end of our November?
So what we're trying to do with the draft list that we would post before the December meeting is to let the public know this is where we think the panel is going to land, to give them that last opportunity. For example, if they're not on that list and they disagree with whatever reason, the panel has made, they have an opportunity to come and clarify their application. I think however we put together that list, we could identify that, of the 10 on this list, 2 of them will be doing a full review on because they've, been pulled from prior discussions. So the other thing I would note on the December discussion, recall that if a screener application is identified as not moving forward, it's because it has not met the bare minimum requirements. So to the extent that you are doing another holistic review of it, the only time that we would anticipate that you would actually have to do a full holistic review is if you changed where you stood on the bare minimum requirements previously. Because if you didn't think the first time it met the bare minimum requirements, all you're really looking at is, do I still feel the same way? If the answer is no, you're probably not doing a full holistic review of that instrument because it didn't meet the bare minimum. It would only be if you kind of were like, oh, well, maybe it does. Maybe I do want to change that answer. Then that you would then look at it holistically as well.
Member Martinez?
Yeah, I was thinking that too at first, but then someone mentioned that the other half, right, hasn't done the full review and they haven't presented their evidence. And so it does mean that you've decided and you're not open to hearing any new evidence that you might have missed. So that's the only caveat, I guess, I see to that. Again, I don't think this is going to be the case. So I feel like maybe we're deliberating too much on this non-issue. So I'm hopeful, especially with the bare minimum that we've talked about already, that it's going to be really targeted and that we will, in that subgroup conversation later, we'll figure it out.
Okay. So prior to the December panel meeting, we will have the posting of the draft list of approved screening instruments and, if applicable, reviewing any of the previously removed applications. And then during the December panel meeting, that would be a reconsideration of the previously removed ones, whether it meets requirements or does not meet requirements. And the application is then removed from further consideration or moves into the whole group deliberation, and then a vote on the final list of approved screener. Member O'Brien.
I have a request, but if it's not possible, that's fine. Would it be possible before the end of the day to have the new version of the flow chart?
In hard copy? So it wouldn't, I don't think it's possible before the vote. If you're asking before the vote, it certainly isn't. Are we able to print them before that? No. Unfortunately, no.
No, I was just thinking just to see it, because all the language has. I just wanted to.
The other thing that we don't have for you yet is a revised version of the chart. So part of the recommendation, which you'll see, not yet, when we get to it, you will see that it is to update the chart as well to reflect the changes that we've seen here in the diagram. Member Wilson?
So one suggestion then would be that when we take a break, if you could put it on the screen so we can all walk up there and look at it in its entirety, that would be lovely. Could we do that? It's too tiny when you show it, at least from far away.
So what Jess is suggesting is let Matt present regarding the basis conversation so that I can do some cleanup work and get the corrected version in front of you instead of looking at the not quite corrected version. Yes, sounds good. Any other questions related to the protocol before we move on to the basis conversation? Okay, so I will invite Matt to come on up.
I feel like this is where I should have a song. It's like they're coming out of the bullpen. All right, as regarding, I think hopefully this one's more straightforward. We'll see. Regarding the bare minimum requirements that you reported out from your subgroups, again, font in red color is changes and strike through are eliminations. So, and for the bare minimum requirements, must meet at least moderate evidence for the overall sample and for relevant grades K through 2 in all of the following evidence statements. And then 2D1 reliability, 2D1 content validity, 2D2 criterion validity. Just a note, it looks like an underlined double asterisk, but that's actually strike through. And then 2D3 criterion validity. The rest is struck through. I'm going to stop at that slide and see. I think everybody's nodding. Okay. And then as for the advanced requirements, must meet at least moderate evidence in all evidence statements except for 3E2, resources available, 3E3 for only paper-based instruments, 3F1, and 3F2. Thumbs up. There probably wasn't enough time for. You want to take a vote on that part? Okay. Do you want me to? Yeah, I know, right?
Chair Kim, at this time, if we want to give Jen a little more time to get her work done, we could go ahead and take a vote on the basis component. So I think we have that as a recommendation right there.
Right there, yeah.
So the recommendation here.
Go for it.
Okay. The recommendation here would be to approve the revised basis for approval as described on the following two slides, and I'll have Matt just sort of flash those again. Just we're trying to make things clear for folks and the members of the public. We would also ask to authorize staff to make non-substantive and formatting changes as necessary. So as we have made a lot of changes here today, and we've also done things like highlight things in red, we don't want that for our final. So if you would authorize us to make changes to clean everything up after we're done with this vote. Matt, going back to the two slides. So this is the first one.
Yep, that's correct.
So this would be what you would be approving what's on this slide for the bare minimum requirements, as Matt walked you through. And this would be what you would be approving for the advanced requirements. Again, Matt walking you through this one as well.
So does now require public comment before we do vote?
I don't think we can do two public comment periods for the two different modes. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. I think probably then it would be best right now if we took our afternoon break. I know it's really early, but I think probably this is going to be the time that we'll need to do it for staff.
Okay. So I see it's 2:26, and I think 10 minutes will be enough. Yes? Okay, we'll resume at 2:36. Thank you.
were able to send it.
Is that better? Right click full screen. The bars in the top and bottom.
What's that?
See if you had the bars in the top and bottom here. You have to right click and full screen.
Got it.
But you would think, by now, really? That's not. You haven't watched it. I haven't used it. He was on.
It actually works really well with Chair Kemp says, if you just take a picture, then we can look at it.
So I'm not gonna.
It's a great workaround.
Yes. 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 Yeah.
I remember,
So now when you tell me about her now as a young lady and she said Sash is gonna come back, I'm like, how has that been for you? How's it been over here? How do I know that? She got braids.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Denise figured it out. So she's on her way back. If you want to get all and have it in paper. She was able to get the big print.
She got braids?
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna resume the meeting at 2:47. Ms. Soppel, go ahead.
Welcome back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So what is on the screen and now printed for the panelists is a revised version of the diagram based on the most recent comments we heard from the panel. So you will see, if you take a look at the October panel meeting, that the areas in red, there's 4 of them, I'm going to focus on the subgroups exchange and review applications. We added a line out of that where members might approve application to move forward. Members move application forward. And that would then take that application directly into independent review. Also, still leaving the option that applications may be removed from further consideration or subgroup recommendation may be challenged but as a potential as well. So recognizing that either of those paths may happen. The other changes that you see, just looking down to see, is the wording in the box directly above, still in the October panel meeting. Applications move forward to whole group deliberations of advanced requirements. And that was a replacement of the language that was there previously that referenced assigning to the other half of the subgroup. Are there any questions related to the current format? Member Martinez?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can't, for the applications move forward to whole group deliberations of advanced requirements, actually the applications are just going to move forward, period. Because in some cases, the other group hasn't done the review, and so they're just going to review everything, right? Or I guess I take that back, because now it seems that we're accepting. Anyways, I'm confused. Help me understand.
I actually agree. I just think if it less is more, it could just say applications move forward to whole group deliberations, period. Because it's moving forward and the whole group is deliberating on all of it at that point.
Okay. We can adjust that. I will not be able to adjust the diagram, but we will adjust that for the recommendation that we strike that language.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, just for clarification to make sure I'm on the right page. At this point, we've had our stack of applications that we've looked through. We got those back hopefully in sometime in September, and we're looking through them prior to October panel meeting. And then in October, we discuss the ones that we look through, but then the independent review, which is prior to November panel meeting, is we're looking through the second batch that we didn't have before.
I think I followed what you're saying.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to be clear in the difference between two. I mean, I thought I was, but I just want to make super sure that I understand the independent review.
So the independent review prior to the November meeting is intended to come in ready to discuss the advanced requirements and the holistic review of all applications. So however you've chosen to prepare, or however you've divided your reviews would be up to you starting in September when you have them. But in terms of the bare minimum review, that happens in the October meeting in subgroups only.
And Jen, can I clarify one thing? Just that you just said, Member Guerrero, I just want to make clear, everyone on the panel will have access to all applications beginning in early September. After a short period of time, then you'll be assigned. But I just want to make sure it was clear that you will have access to all applications beginning in September.
We would be assigned some to look. That's right.
That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So just, Ms. Sofo. So in October, prior to the October panel meeting, we're preparing for the October meeting, but it's to discuss advanced requirements. No. Bare minimum requirements in October.
In October.
Okay, so the second independent review then would be advanced requirements. The one that says prior to November panel meeting.
In essence, yes. I think it depends on how the panelist chooses to prepare for themselves. A person may want to do all reviews. That's your choice. But you have to come ready in November to do the full review, and the discussion in November would be the advanced review of all applications.
Thank you.
Member Martinez?
Are we going to be, the scoring sheets that we're using, are those completely for our personal purposes, or are we going to be sharing them with one another? Because, I mean, for me, I'm going to be doing the entire review. I'll just tell you. So what's going to happen is that, and that's why I said, well, to remove that language about just take out the advanced review, because I'm going to review the applications I haven't reviewed. I'm not going to have time to review them prior. I'm going to review them then, and it's going to be the entire criteria that I'm looking at. I'm not just looking at the advanced ones. So it's to the point that they're making here is how we choose to do the review is up to us, but for some of us, we're going to be doing that maybe earlier review of all of it. For others of us, we're going to chunk it and say, I know I'm obligated to come with my evidence around the bare minimum requirements for my subset of applications. I'm going to give it a close read and have my evidence. And then I'm also then going to choose, I'm going to do the same deep dive on the other ones so that I have the evidence too, to say, okay, this is how I would score it. So that's why I was quibbling with having that distinction that it's only the advanced. I'll be looking at it holistically across all of them.
And mostly just, I get it, and all of us have our own style, but just to be ready to discuss at each meeting. So that's, I mean, the way that Ms. Offel has clarified it, I now understand what needs to be ready, because we need to come in with our, one of the things we were talking about our group is come in with like evidence, page numbers, be prepared to discuss, so that way we're all kind of on the same page. So I don't want to get stuck on that, because we do have questions about something else, but sorry, I just wanted to clarify.
Just for clarification on that point too, to your point, panelist Martinez, I think still in the time prior to the October panel meeting at a subgroup level, the expectation is not just to look at the bare minimum. It's for that subgroup to look at the entire application, but come ready in October to talk about the bare minimum, and then it goes over. So I don't know if that helps clarify, Yesenia, a little bit. It's not like just focus on bare minimum in October and then in November. Just right. But you should, in that first subgroup, the first set of applications assigned to you, you should read the entire thing across the rubric. Yeah. Okay. And I think
just to your question, Member Martinez, about sharing your notes. Your notes on each application are for you. And that's it.
Thanks for clarification.
These were tall people talking prior to me. Microphones down. I think, Vice Chair Guerrero, did you say there's another question coming?
Yeah, we were talking. I guess we were a little confused on in the third row where it says November panel, meaning the first red box, identify applications. How would we be just identifying them there? Like, should that say discuss applications, or we're just going to be identifying those ones there?
Yeah, so we can't discuss them because there's a potential that not everyone will have reviewed it. So we need to discuss them in December. So identify meaning bring them forward for the group along with the evidence. And was stated earlier, the group can then sort of have a conversation about whether it makes sense to engage more with that application or not.
Okay, so then just so I guess I'm clear on that part, so that would mean that it would be an application that one group would say would be removed. Then it would be sent to the other group. They would have a chance to review it at the November meeting? No.
No, because we can't, because the panel is opting to make that time available that people could bring forward for reconsideration. November would be the last time to bring forward that reconsideration so that people could review and discuss in December.
I guess what I'm saying is how would, like, if I'm just an independent panel, like, well, I am, so I would then have to independently choose to go take a look at one that was removed and say, oh, I want to bring this forward.
So there is the subgroup. So there's that second subgroup step in October. So if you look up one row, the bottom red box, the subgroups exchange and review. So when you won't have necessarily had a deep dive into that other group's application pool, but you will have access to it, you'll have skimmed it, right? And so you might say, I'm not ready to decide if I want to pull this out for reconsideration. I need more time to consider. So it's possible that decision wouldn't be made until November. That a person would say, I've thought about it, I've looked at it, I've thought about the evidence that the other group brought forward, and I would like us as a panel to take this up again.
Okay.
So it would be making that identification in November, so everyone else has an opportunity to read through and discuss in December.
So, but in a way, then it's kind of optional. Like if I'm like, I don't want to even look at it further to see if it needs to get brought back up, no one has to.
Correct. That's why there's also the option there in the red oval where it just stops and is not connected to the next row.
Member Neeson has a hand up.
I'm good.
Oh, you're good. That's good. Thank you. Mr. Hero?
And just kind of piggybacking what panel member Grosso said, I guess we were looking at clarification because when you go back to the middle section for October panel meeting, the second bottom red box connected to the oval, subgroups exchange and review applications that are recommended to be removed from consideration, which again, we were just having a chat about it, right? So then that means we still can go home, think about it. Are we thinking about the ones we discussed? And
the point that I think member Odegaard was making earlier, there's different options in that scenario. It could be that second subgroup does make a determination in either direction, or they might not make a determination, which would give people time to continue thinking if they wanted to look deeper at the application. So that's why we added in that additional arrow is to show options.
Independent review and then this way.
So that one, I think it's actually subgroup exchange and review application. So we were actually, in our group, when that idea came up, we were actually thinking of taking the time, look at those specific sections that the other group has mentioned, right?
And it was for sake of time, but then now that it's the way it's written here, would we still do it at the meeting or we would do it independently?
At the meeting.
Okay, got it.
And then there's an opportunity to
independent. Okay, got it.
Essentially, it keeps all options open to you.
Member Neeson?
I think the way I'm seeing this is that, let's say Group A says, application F is no longer something we want to consider. They didn't meet the bare qualifications. So then the other group will say, based on your evidence, I agree with you. No further consideration for this application. And we only have to look at those couple pieces of evidence to make that determination. Or we may say, no, I don't agree with the disqualification of this application. So it's basically we're confirming what the other group has decided. And then that's the way I'm seeing it. And it may be that we don't need to bring anything back later, because we've all come to consensus on those same points.
So on that, can I ask a question? So Member Neeson, so I get it. I totally understand every step. What I'm asking now is, say we do scenario, we do have a conversation about it, we do like a review at the actual meeting in October, and we say we agree Well, I guess we're not voting, since we're not voting and just having a discussion, and we think that application 5 is not going to advance or move forward, but then, and I think this is what Odegaard was speaking to, what if in November, someone can still say, well, I want to consider application 5, correct? That's what we're setting ourselves up for. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Okay. So you previously reviewed the bases for approval, went through these with Matt. And that brings us back to the recommendation to approve the revised protocol diagram, making conforming changes to the protocol table, and authorizing staff to make non-substantive and formatting changes as necessary. So I think if we are good with our discussion, and our second recommendation to approve the revised basis for approval as described on the following 2 slides, authorizing staff to make non-substantive and formative changes as necessary. And that brings us to public comment.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person? Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line? All right. We're going to open up for further discussion by the panel. Any additional questions or comments by the panel? All right. Now, do I have so we have recommendations here. Do I have a motion? Member Neeson?
I, Jessica Neeson, move to approve the revised protocol diagram, make conforming changes to the protocol table, and authorize staff to make non-substantive and formatting changes as necessary. That's the first motion, right?
Would you like to take this as a single vote, Chair Kim, or as 2 votes?
We can do 2 since this is, well, what do you think? Do you have any other?
And I would like to add to my motion.
What was that?
I'm going to add to my motion to approve the revised basis for approval as described on the following 2 slides.
Gotcha, that clears up.
Are you also moving, are you also moving to authorize staff?
I also move to authorize staff to make non-substantive and formatting changes as necessary.
Thank you. That was clear. Now do I have a second? You were late. Sorry, Member Gravelin was late again, so it was Member O'Brien second. So I have a second by panel member O'Brien. Thank you. So before we vote, is there any further discussion? Ms. Holmes, do you please call the roll?
Certainly. Chair Kim?
Yes.
Co-chair, Vice Chair Guerrero? Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien? Member Grasso?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Motion carries. I appreciate it. So now this concludes item 4. We are not going to take a break because we already did. So we're going to move on to item 5. We'll be discussing the screener information overview template. This is an action item, and we anticipate taking a vote to approve the screener information overview template at the end of this item. Ms. Jennifer Zaffo and Mr. Matt Brunoni from WestEd will again be presenting and facilitating the item. Go ahead.
So I want to make sure you reference the item 5 addendum, which is the screener information overview template that we'll be discussing today. Per the presentation for item 3, when we heard earlier from Ms. Holmes, information about the appropriate administration of each approved screening panel is a statutory requirement of the panel. So the screening information overview is intended to fulfill that requirement. Wanted to make sure that that was in your mind as you think about this tool today, that it's our way of, or the panel's way, excuse me, it's the panel's way of being able to fulfill that requirement. We're going to focus our conversation on the content of what is in this addendum because the format is likely to change based on to maximize usability, right? So the long lists might not be here. It may be only certain pieces of information that are relevant. So anticipate that might look different, but that the content remains the same. This also includes feedback from the panel discussion in July when you all started this conversation. It also continues to include key elements from other states as well as feedback from staff expertise. I think a big question on everyone's mind is how are we going to fill out this information overview, right? So again, we need to have one for each of the approved screening instruments. And the idea is that staff would compile as much of the information as possible using the following sources. The application cover sheets carry a lot of this information, so you may recall it looks fairly similar. Also from notes from panelists, from discussions among the panelists. And then we would bring that compilation to the full panel for you to review, revise, and approve. I think I didn't mention this earlier, but these will become the intended audience is the public. It is LEAs. It is the folks who would be making choices related to the screening instruments. So wanting to keep them in mind as we're sort of developing it as well. So our intention for the conversation today is actually to stay in our whole group setting. We wanted to give you about 10 minutes individually, 10 minutes to individually review the document and make any personal notes, sort of reflecting on the discussion question below. And then after that, we would engage in a whole group discussion as opposed to a study session around what suggestions you have for changes in the content to the overview, as well as suggestions you have for changes in the process to complete the overview. Is that clear in terms of what we're thinking for our process? Okay. Another point that I wanted to put forward in terms of that would be helpful to reflect on is, the panel's expertise as you're reviewing the materials. So when we say panelist notes and panelist discussions, thinking about how we would be able to capture that from you all if there's something that you're seeing as you're reviewing applications, for you to convey that to staff and get into the compilation. So I think that's an important part of this, that we need to weigh on the panel's expertise to convey that information. So let's go ahead. I will check in at the 7-minute mark, which would be 20 after, and see if folks are ready or if they want the full 10 minutes. Okay. That was about 7 minutes. Would the panel like the full 10? Looks like folks are still working. Mixture of responses. Some are good, some are good. We'll give it 1 more minute and then engage in conversation. Okay, I'd like to welcome us back to the whole group discussion of item 5. And so we'd like to open the conversation up with any suggestions that you have for changes in the content of the overview. Any thoughts related overall to the content of the overview? I see panelist Neeson.
I have a few. So I will start with the skills measured. And I know that some of these are taken directly from the statute, but I also wonder if there might be some differentiation we can provide for some of these measures. For example, in oral language, can we have like sub-bullets that say something along the lines of, are we measuring productive language, receptive language, or is it comprehension, as an example? And along the same lines, under language comprehension, are we looking at reading or are we looking at oral language comprehension? So there's different sub-elements I think are worth considering. And then finally, potential, because in the statute it says not limited to, right? And then finally, maybe adding word reading fluency.
Say again, please.
Word reading fluency. Because we have reading fluency and decoding, but those are different than word reading fluency. And then just some real basic pieces. Under where to obtain the instrument, there should be a contact name as well as just the who to obtain it from. Like it just has email, phone number, and web address. And then under...
From the contact information at the top. Or are you suggesting that we...
I didn't see that at the top, so let's take that out.
Well, I don't know. It may be that they are separate contact info, so I don't know.
And one thing I would like to see is, we had talked about this, I don't know if we came to a consensus, but if there's discount structures available for larger LEAs and districts under cost. And then under task types, it seems to be missing computer adaptive. I'll stop there. I have a lot more, but I'll let everybody else have a chance.
Member Neeson, Jessica Holmes, State Board of Education. I'm wondering, can you clarify your comment about what the statute allows? I believe what you were referencing is, when you say the statute allows, is the language under Education Code Section 53008G1 that talks about the evaluation criteria that the board must consider.
I think it said something to the effect of the constructs may include but are not limited to.
Right. So that is specific to the evaluation criteria that the board has adopted that informs the rubric that the panel is going to use. But that language does not impact the screener information overview. So the only statutory language that references this document is the language that I flagged earlier today that says that the panel must provide information on the administration of the screening instruments, including and that one would be including but not limited to the grades for which the screening instrument may be administered. So I don't think, in terms of the definitions or the components that are listed under skills measured, the statutory references don't necessarily impact that because it's not part of the evaluation criteria.
Okay, so in that case, I still would like to see those pieces. Is that what you're? I guess I don't understand. So, is what I said still okay? Is what I'm asking. Because I still want to think about, understanding the differences of the measures and what's there from the vendor's perspective.
I think it's statutorily okay, but I think that the panel needs to decide if that's something that they want to have included on this document.
So just to clarify, so I see two hands. Is this point related to that? Do your hands? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay. So one quick question. So regarding that, am I hearing that we can request asking them to be specific about what kind of? I guess what I'm not clear is, my understanding is we cannot add something like word reading fluency, for example. This is something new, right? The skills are listed, and that was in the statute. We cannot include something else. So that's one, but that's different than the other question, which was clarifying what's included in language comprehension. That's a different piece.
So I just want to clarify, many of the terms that you're seeing under skills measured are in the statute, but they are only in the component of the statute that is specific to the board-adopted evaluation criteria. This document that we're looking at is separate and apart from that board-adopted evaluation criteria. So that the statute that's specific to these skills that are listed, that's part of the rubric and the work that you do to evaluate the screening instruments. You have broader authority to include information that you would like to see in the screener information overview. I'm so sorry. Because that is described in a different section of law.
Thank you. That's helpful. So then one piece that I would add, theoretically, word reading fluency is different from reading fluency, which is widely accepted to refer to text reading fluency. So the statute states that reading fluency. So I think for us to add that does not seem to be aligned, although I see what you get.
Yeah, so I would say it's statutorily allowable. Whether or not that's a decision you want to make, I think it's something the panel needs to discuss. Because recall that the information that you're going to be receiving from the applicants is specific to the information that you've requested from them. And the information that you've requested from them has largely been aligned with the statute. So it may be that anything that you add in addition to this list may not be something that the applicants have spoken to in their application because it's not aligned with what you have requested.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Member Rivlin?
To that point, I was going to say there is, and it got cut off to the back of that page, so it's a little disconnected, but there is an other box, so that might be somewhere where we could state something along those lines rather than having its own line. I was going to suggest, because there are 9 of us in several different sections, and instead of each of us going through the whole document, if we just kind of stuck with it, at least the, whether it's section by section or at least the page. Should I continue my thoughts on skills then, on that note? Well, at least mine's more of a question of, are these necessarily supposed to be skills that are assessed in isolation and like that's a section? Here's my sound, my letter sound knowledge, or can these be more skills that are embedded? For example, if there's a section where the students are reading, decoding nonsense words, okay, well, in order to do so, they need decoding skills, they need letter sound knowledge, and they need, some blending skills of phonemic awareness. So do I check all 3 of those boxes, or does it need to be that these were like individual categories and taken in isolation?
So one piece of context that might be helpful to consider, and it goes a little bit to what Ms. Holmes was just saying about what we ask for from the vendors. On the cover sheet, we do ask them to identify which are some of these items, right? So it's not as though you would be looking at it completely blank. It would be more you're looking at it and their application and determining, does that stand? Does that make, do you agree with what you're seeing in what they've identified?
I really appreciate that Member Grablin's point. Just to, from theoretical point, I think this might be helpful for vendors. Theoretically, for example, higher order skills like text reading, which is text reading fluency, right? It relies on all the other lower level skills, right? Letter name knowledge, phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, decoding, right? All those things, right? So that does not mean that they have to check on all those, right? So if their screening includes text reading fluency, which relies on all these lower level skills, but then they would check text reading fluency. That's what they have. If they have separate phonological awareness measure, they would check that. That was my assumption. That seems to make sense to me, because really depending on the level of the skills that's required, as if you go up higher, everything lower will apply. That does not mean that the tasks for the lower levels skills are included. Does that make sense? Okay. So on that note, so I wonder, I really appreciate the Member Grablin's suggestion about going by section. So we're talking about skills measures section, right? Is there any other thought? Are there any other thoughts on that? Member Wilson?
Yeah, I would say I feel the most comfortable having the list of skills measured match the statute. And so I was actually trying to cross-check it to the statute because it's in different order here than the statute is. It's also in different order than the rubric. So I think something should line up, because I think it'll make it easier, because I think I heard staff was going to be filling this out anyway. So anyway, match the order of how they're listed. Phonological and phonemic awareness is listed as an and rather than two separate categories in the statute. The one suggestion that I had that I think might be helpful for an LEA that's looking at this is next to each measure to have a different kind of sub-bullet or checkbox that says K1, 2, because some of these may only be happening in particular grade levels, and so they're not assessed in all the grade levels. That may, I don't know if that's too tricky, but it would need to have a K, a 1, and a 2 next to each measure, and then you'd know which. So when you're looking at it, it doesn't look quite so overwhelming if for an LEA. So that was my suggestion.
Member Neeson?
I agree with you to a certain extent in terms of putting things in there, but if we think about the purpose of this document, it's to help the LEAs decide which assessments to use. And while we are evaluating on these pieces, there might be other pieces embedded or different ways that these assessments are to be utilized that will be helpful for the LEA to understand. So that's why I made the suggestion of certain areas having sort of these sub-bullets of how it's assessed. Like, for example, oral language is a very broad term. So is it assessing productive language? Is it assessing receptive language? What is it actually measuring? Is it measuring the vocabulary knowledge of the student in terms of words that they, can produce? So that was my thinking is if the purpose is for a district or a school or a county office of ed to look at this to help them decide which ones they want to dig further into, then I think it would be helpful for them to have a little more information than just what was in the rubric.
Member Wilson?
I do agree with that, which is why I like the other section. Maybe the other section could be other or comments or notes about it, because we may, for staff to collect like that level, we may not have that level of notes for them to collect. I mean, we may, but we may not. So it's hard to say. And I guess that's what I'm worried about, is like, to what degree and how do we describe? And I mean, that's a lot of detail that may be really hard to gather in a short time, but so I was thinking that other section, which fell over to the next page, may be the place for those kind of notes, but I don't know.
Thank you, Member Odegaard. And then Jessica, perhaps you can clarify.
Not playing devil's advocate on the other side, but it could be conscientious for the team over there to do this if we, with our collective knowledge, to help to add clarity to, let's say, language comprehension. Because it's going to be confusing if there's a listening comprehension measure. Does that go under oral language or does it go under language comprehension? So we could help them and be kind with clarifying what we've talked about, and it may have been the first meeting we had in January, but we definitely talked about it a while, that the language used in the law was not conscientious when it comes to constructs that typically are populated on screeners. So another example would be language comprehension might be followed by 2 subsections for reading comprehension and listening comprehension. But it might not be if we were to say that it might be helpful to also acknowledge that that's also listening comprehension is oral language. So to your point, another way of thinking about how we're kind to the team that'll be doing this work is to let them concretely know what they should be looking for to fall in these categories.
So I am going to admit that on the technical aspects and the meanings of some of these things, I'm not 100% clear, but I do want to point out that we will be limited in terms of the information that we can reflect on this sheet to what is provided by the applicants. And we want to make sure that, I think that that's really important, not just for logistical and workload reasons, but because it is a fairness issue. It's an equity issue. So we want to make sure that we're not putting information beyond the scope of the panel, but also beyond the scope of what we have requested. Because if some folks put that information and some folks don't because we didn't ask for it, that creates an issue where that could still be true, but we just didn't have that information because we didn't request it. So I think it's important for us to consider staying within the purview of what was requested for the purposes of equity, but also that we consider that we are staying within the purview of the panel itself for just purposes of screening.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Member Martinez.
I said with, I guess, that information and that framing, I think then we should rely on the same information that was in statute that we used in the evaluation criteria for exactly those reasons.
Member Odegaard?
And to the point that we would approve and review and provide feedback on what they do, we would be able to bring our expertise to bear, which was my main point, which is the team over there wouldn't have to identify what should fall under these different categories like in a vacuum. So then I think we can stay within the statute, have equity across the things, and also then bring to bear what we might say we should capture and how we should categorize it too.
Any additional comments related to this first page? Member Martinez?
Yeah, I don't know that we discussed the whole grade level issue here too. It was proposed, but we haven't discussed whether we think that should move forward or not. So,
Member Odegaard?
We did put that information clarified in tables in the application, correct? We did specify them to put what grade levels they would be applied.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's actually formatted that way in the application.
So what I'm hearing is that was requested in the information sheet. We can also have that included here. Are there any objections or disagreement, concerns? Adding grade information for each skills on the first page. Okay.
Let me double check. I thought you were asking a different question about grade level, so let me just double check one thing. While we double check the cover sheet, we can keep moving.
On this first page? Okay. Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, on this first page, And the second part is recommended for use for the following student populations.
A little bit more in the mic, please.
Oh, sorry. I usually.
End of the day, I know.
No, it's okay. So question. So students with disabilities, if they see some type of accommodation, and there's specifically with the screener, correct? Do they see some type of disability or accommodation, they're going to mark, yes, we can use the screener with students with disabilities? Because this is technically, I mean, as a special education teacher, I want to be able to use it. And most likely, usually I test the students, especially if they're young and they have IEPs. So I was just curious how someone would be able to determine that, or they're just using the cover sheet where they'll say students with disabilities and this is what we do for them? Or like, is there a modified version? Is there an audio version? Is there a visual version? Is there, I think you said computer adaptive.
Are you referring to the accommodation information on the next page?
No. Right here, page 1.
Right? So I
Yeah.
guess what I'm trying to understand is beyond the information on accommodation on page 2, what information?
Yeah. No. But what I want to know is how would someone, when you look at the screener and I'm filling this out, how will I know that this is appropriate as recommended for students with disabilities without looking at the accommodations? I know there's an accommodations page in the back. So that was my question, because are we specifically asking, I guess my question is, have we specifically asked that in the application?
We've asked about the accommodations. So it would be detailed in their application about what accommodations exist, and that's what would get populated on page 2. How that gets applied to whether that earns a check on the front page or not, I think hasn't been discussed.
Okay, I guess that's a nicer way of saying my question. So, so that would be my question: is how would that then get checked off?
I think that's probably for the panel to define, right?
Okay, so that was one point. I don't know the answer to that. I just know I marked it. And then I know there's been a lot of question about visual attention, and it is one of it's on the statute, correct? Okay, then I'm not gonna say anything about that, because that's a hard one to decipher, because there's a lot of definitions of visual attention, and we're not really in a screener. Visual attention is not something that we're really pinpointing. I mean, unless the student has some type of visual impairment or something, but visual attention has to do with space. I mean, there's many definitions, so I think that's a hard one. But again, if they say it on the cover letter, I get it. Okay, and that's it for page 1.
Yeah.
Now I'm on page 2, but that's different.
So visual attention wise, there was a question about it, and there's a response on FAQ. So please take a look at it. I encourage.
But still, I know it's a hard one. But we'll use what's on the FAQ then.
So we're not intentional. We are not providing definitions for any of the constructs, and we're gonna follow guidelines from research and literature. That's really essentially what the FAQ says.
Okay. Again, but we're not filling these out. This is being filled out by staff.
But you are revising, right? So what we can do is provide a compilation. I would say we are compiling what we can find, and you all are ultimately signing off and giving us guidance on whether it applies or not.
Okay.
Member Odegaard?
And you do have on this panel expertise in the research literature on these topics with loads of experience that can support the team.
Go panel.
Odegaard, so how would we write that in this overview screener so that someone who's filling it out can do it accurately?
We're going to refer to the FAQ, as our chair said, and we're not going to get into, is this foveal attention, is this visual crowding, is this a peripheral form of this, is this a magnocellular thalamic thing? That's not what we're going to specify. we have the expertise on this panel for what might come our way to interpret and decipher.
That's where we hope the panelist notes and panelist discussions will definitely help inform us, is our hope. Anything else on the first page? Member O'Brien and then Member Neeson.
I actually put a question mark on language comprehension in the sense of, what do we mean by language comprehension? Because it's very broad. But if this is in the statute and we have to keep it that way. But is it possible to put reading comprehension as part? No. Okay. That's it.
Thank you. Member Neeson?
I just had a question on how are we differentiating between English learner and bi or multilingual learner? And is there a reason that those two were separated?
My understanding is, so multilingual learners, bilingual learners, their English proficiency varies, right? So English learners, a subgroup of multilingual learners or bilingual learners. There are a lot of bilingual, multilingual learners who are not English learners. So therefore, it's actually important to separate them out. So bilingual learners, for example, let's think about Spanish, English bilingual, their proficiency in even so-called like L1 in Spanish might vary as well, right? So we have to think about, whether these students are best to be administered in English or Spanish, right? So I think it's important to separate them out, and it's good to have two different categories. Member Martinez?
Yeah, I like having it in both categories. I mean, having both categories as well, because ideally we'll have some screeners too that will be helping us with reading screening and reading development in general with a bilingual program, which should be what this bottom one really attends to. And the English learner one is that end, right? So the medium of instruction, one would attend to better, and then the language development aspect has to be attended to.
Shall we turn to page 2? Member Wilson?
Oh, I was already on. I am thinking that where it says acquisition and cost, maybe that could just be cost information and get rid of acquisition and then just move to the front page at the top. It's missing the phone number and web address, but if all of that general information is just at the top, then it doesn't really need to be here. It's a little redundant.
Thank you. Member Gravlin?
I'm wondering what the process or who will be doing the kind of, or if at least there will be any fact checking over this cost information. My concern is that there's, the bold print cost that's included, but who's looking for that fine print of the, oh yeah, and, maybe it's giving the initial cost and it's not necessarily including, plus the, yearly license fee per teacher, sort of thing. So just who's kind of double checking that all of the cost implications are included.
Member Martinez?
Well, since we said that we're only going to be relying on the application and what's submitted here, I wonder if we just have to have a caveat that says, this is information that was supplied by the publisher, but we can't verify and that's kind of on them to do more investigation. That way we're not saying, no, we're certifying this because.
It's available.
I just wanted to double check a few things. Okay.
Member Wilson?
Well, while we're talking about the cost section, maybe this is where Member Neeson's suggestion of like bulk pricing. Is there any bulk pricing available? I think I don't know if bulk pricing was the word we used, but it was like for LA Unified School District pricing because they have they have most of the state.
I wonder, would it be acceptable under the basic pricing plan and structure to suggest that that's where any bulk pricing would be indicated?
Yeah, example, parenthesis, example, or something right in that line. That's a good point.
Member Odegaard?
Question, is this a living document? Because I'm wondering about the price structure from year to year with market changes and cost, and if we'd be comfortable having a document that'll be static, have a price that's listed that might 4 to 5 to 6 years down the road still be available on the California website. Just, that's a question.
That's a great question. Maybe that's something that we may consider in terms of a caveat that Member Martinez noted. So information, I don't know whether we will have staff keep updating it, right? If so, then this is information provided at the time of application, 2024, along with the caveat language that we had, that was suggested.
Thank you. Member Martinez?
Is it okay if I move us to another? I mean, it's the same page, but I also don't know if we're talking about formatting or if that's a different thing, and because it's related to our content question, though. Because to me, it feels like the accommodations piece should come right after the students, where we have the student special pops listed. That's where the accommodation section should go.
Vice.
Okay.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
All right, we're still on page 2, starting from the top. I know it's part of page 1, but it's on page 2. So progress monitoring, if applicable, is that going to get some? I would like for it to be something more than just yes. Would we be able to get a description, like a brief description of what the progress monitoring looks like? Because there could be benchmarks, or there can be monthly progress monitoring. There can be a lot of resources that they have for the progress monitoring for students, and at what time in the year, or how every 6 weeks. I mean, just something to have a question that's more than an answer, because I just foresee that just being a yes.
And how about we state then, sorry, we state like briefly, if applicable, then briefly describe, instead of specifying what needs to be included, briefly describe.
Yeah, we'll describe like what it is, if applicable. Obviously, if the answer is no, there's nothing.
So we took away things like please describe, only because we were the ones doing it, so we were...
Okay.
So if it's not a checkbox, then it is an open descriptive space.
Oh, okay.
For the most part. But so for languages available, same notion, right? That you would fill in the languages that are available.
May I ask a clarifying question to the panel? Only because my expertise is in assessment too, and I get really nervous about blending of purposes. Do you want to address progress monitoring is a different purpose than screening, in my opinion, and I think it's a slippery slope. So if you can clarify how you want to describe that, and or have the discussion whether you want to include it, I think that's an important piece.
Member Wilson?
Yeah, I was actually digging back through the panel, the cover sheet, because we took off, I think we took off the question about rounds of screening for that exact reason. So I was thinking we would remove progress monitoring here because we took the rounds of screening off the other one for that exact reason about the blending of purposes. So That would be my suggestion.
That's helpful. Member Gravelin.
And I apologize, but this is prompting me to speak up about a concern that I had on page 1 that I was kind of holding in, but I'll say, because I think it's at least relevant, when we're thinking about the difference between progress monitoring and a universal screener, you know, I think as soon as you have this kind of checklist of skills measured, it looks like the more checks, the better, right? And then when we're also differentiating and saying, okay, well, in order to kind of meet the criteria of checking off, right, that it's not just this is a higher order skill and it encompasses all of the lower order skills, you know, I think that we're also getting into a slippery scope there where maybe, especially for these upper grades, I have less of these individual check boxes because I have a more complex task that I'm expecting my students to do. And it's still coming to that same conclusion. Yes, you're at risk versus no, you're not at risk, even though it's not differentiated. And I think just as a cover sheet and a checklist, first glance, LEAs looking at this, they're not necessarily thinking along those lines. They're thinking along, this has more skills checked off.
Member Odegaard?
Just to add to that too, it would also give the false impression that the reliability and validity at the construct level is as valid as the composite score that they'll be reporting for the universal screening. So just because they measure all these things doesn't mean they would have any utility as far as saying they have a weakness in the specific area per se, which is a concern that has come up earlier.
Also, all those skills you don't even need half of those skills sometimes to determine whether there is a weakness. I mean, it's only when you're trying to do, like, for example, looking for disabilities or some type of processing disorder that you really kind of get into the nitty gritty of it. But as a universal screener, I don't know, because I was thinking about it's overdone, but where you're going by the statute.
Member Neeson?
So I understand the concern that you're surfacing, and there are two pieces. Number one, it's only for K2. So when we're looking, we're not really concerning ourselves with upper grades in terms of those validity pieces. And as an LEA, mostly the people looking at these are going to know what these different constructs are, and that there are higher level order thinking skills through some of them. And it's really important, if I'm looking for a screener that needs to address kindergarten, first and second grade, that I see the different elements they're assessing, because I'm probably not going to be using it just for a screener. I'm probably going to be looking at this as, you know, I have to contend with teachers unions, and I have to contend with the amount of assessments we're asking teachers to give. So potentially when I'm looking at this screener, I'm also going to be considering it for other purposes beyond just what the legislation is requiring. So that's why I think it's important to include the different constructs that you have in place so that the LEAs can make informed decisions about, you know, what they're purchasing and why, because they're not just going to buy like piecemeal, right? They're going to be looking for comprehensive assessment systems, and this may lead them to those decision-making processes. I hope I'm not getting in the weeds here, but for me, it's about looking at this. Yes, universal screener. Yes, absolutely. This is what it has. And when I look at this, then I also have to decide, am I only using this for this one purpose? Right?
Thank you. Member Wilson?
I understand what you're saying. I think for me, I feel like if we stick with what the statute calls out, we'd list the domains or the skills that the statutes call out, and then we have the checkbox next to each one in terms of which grade levels it's addressed at. We're going to have to trust the LEAs to know what skills are appropriate for what grade levels and what higher level skills are appropriate for, like, second grade, let's say. No, it shouldn't have all those things checked. I actually don't want one that has all those things checked for second grade, because that might not be appropriate. So I just feel like it's a safer space to stick it with what the statute calls for. But I think the grade levels will help with narrowing down what's part of it at each grade level. And I think what's going to be tricky actually is how it's labeled by the vendor, each skill. Because sometimes what they label something, I might not agree with.
All right, Vice Chair Guerrero.
All right, so one of the questions going off a little bit, Member Neeson triggered this, is in the portion of the cost, is it important to specify if it's part of a larger program, if it's intended to be used with a program, or can it be used independently? Because some districts might have the money to buy the whole program, and some districts might just have the money to buy the screener portion of it. But usually when you have a screener and you buy the program, it comes with the resources for you to then say, okay, if the student gets a composite score of this is kind of what you should be doing. The interventions available for it. I'm asking this of the panel, is that information that should be included? I mean, I was thinking it should be, but I don't know what anybody else thinks on that. Or it's not even important. All right, maybe not. Only me. All right, I still have more stuff. Do you want me to finish page 2 then?
I want to double check because I think the key here is that we need to have suggestions that we can directly make, and so I think we need a little bit more direction on things like progress monitoring, scratch it, versus progress monitoring, detail it in this way. So as best as we can, I think we have to sort of stay out of the more directive you can be, the more helpful it is to capturing the changes.
So here's what I think I heard. I could be very wrong, so correct me. Regarding progress monitoring, what I heard was this one specifically focuses on screening. So we would actually cross that out. That's what I heard, but again, it could be different. Going back to the skills measured, what I heard was keep the current list, but add grade level options so that they can mark.
And we did check that the current list matches the statute, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The order did not match, but the constructs do.
And phonological and phonemic awareness are combined in the statute as one bullet point. It says there's an and in the statute. So, and here they're listed separate, so.
So I guess that with regard to that point, I guess it's really detailed. So we are thinking about is there anything we're losing if we separate out versus combine? What are benefits and downside? I mean, phonological is a broader construct. It includes phonemic awareness. So then if we separate out versus combine it. Member Neeson?
Well, research is showing that phonemic awareness is the more important piece for reading difficulties in understanding rather than phonological awareness. Like you want to get down to that sound level, right, to really address the needs of students. So for me, I think it's important to keep that separated.
I agree about separating, but I'm not sure phonemic awareness is part of phonological awareness. It's a subunit, right? So that's really the part. So why don't I suggest, if you don't see a huge problem of keeping them separate, let's just keep it. I don't think this is gonna be a very, very important piece, right? All right, so I don't see any objections to keeping them separate. All right, yes.
It would be helpful, Chair Kim. I've been keeping a list of all the different changes suggested by panel members. Would you like me to go through that right now just so we can get a...
That sounds great. Thank you.
So the first change is on page 1, add grade information for each skill under skills measured, ensure alignment of skills with statutory reference. The second was add computer adaptive as an option under administration. I believe that's on page 2. Remove acquisition and from page 2 and move the information under where to obtain the instrument to page 1 under contact names, etc. Add a caveat to cost information on page 2 that the information is based on information provided by the publisher, is subject to change, and should be confirmed by potential purchasers. Add bulk pricing as an option under cost information on page 2. Move accommodations under the section titled Recommended for Use with the Following Student Populations, etc. And remove progress monitoring if applicable on page 2.
One minor discrepancy in my understanding and one of them is the caveat piece. I was actually thinking the caveat about the whole information is based on what's provided by the vendor, right? So it's not specifically about the cost. Cost is part of it.
Add caveat to the entire document, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Add caveat and date to the document, specifying that the information is based on information provided by the publisher, is subject to change, and should be confirmed by potential purchasers.
Good language.
I think one other thing that I heard, and maybe it's already covered, was that at the end of the skills measured, to ensure that it's not just if other, please describe, but sort of a notes or comments section if more detail is needed. I saw Member Wilson and Member Martinez.
Well, I think it's in this. This is actually a different one, but it's in the spirit of moving the accommodations over to the first page. Language is available is just floating there at the top of page 2, and it feels like it should also be moved over next to the appropriate student populations, because otherwise it's just really lost there.
Before the skills measured.
And populations.
Panelist Martinez, did you?
Oh, just to clarify that, we did also agree that we'll keep phonological awareness and phonemic awareness separate, even though in the statute there's an and there. So there'll be separate checkboxes.
Yeah, I didn't include that on the list because it's currently like that, and so there wouldn't need to be a change. Got it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Just really quick on the section of accommodations. I know we're moving them, that's fine. On that second line under accommodations where supports or accommodations for students who are not yet proficient with English, I know that we had a conversation earlier in the year about students, especially the case students who were non-English proficient, about not administering the test. Is this a time to state that? Like waiting 6 months, waiting until they've had schooling for like around, I think we said 6 months before we administer the universal screener. Would this be a place to state that? Or when can we say that recommendation?
So that's likely, that statute is likely under the purview of the Department of Education or the State Board of Education because it is separate and apart from the screeners themselves. And so would anticipate that guidance would have to come from the state on that particular topic.
So we can't say it.
My read of the statute is that is not within the purview of this panel.
You're so good. Diplomacy skill is 100%. Thank you.
Member Wilson.
It does say it in the statute, though. There's a lot of language around what an LEA should do. So if the LEA is aware of the statute, and you can pull language from that, I mean, it is in there. So it's not like it's not said anywhere. It is said.
Member Grasso?
I was moving on to something else on the page. Is that now the time for that?
Double check. Or is there any other things of what we discussed previously that Ms. Holmes has not yet captured? Okay, we're good. Let's go.
Okay. So under administration, I was going to recommend, or I don't know how everybody else felt about, where it says if other extent to which it combines with teacher small group intervention. I didn't know what that, I didn't know what we meant by that. So I was thinking we should just take that out. And then my other comment was observation based. I was going to say maybe that should come out. I'm not sure, how would that, I get what observation based means, but I don't know how that would, I don't see that in a screener really. So I think maybe taking it out would be better for that section.
I would like to add just a couple quick pieces, and since we're on that one mode, computer-based items, paper-based items, it has items and items here, and I wasn't seeing why there are items in those two particular ones. So we can delete them.
A question on that one, in particular computer-based. I think we made a switch in prior language to digital as opposed to computer-based. Would you like to copy that change here?
That sounds great. It's broader, so that's great. Member Neeson?
So on that same section, for me, I saw these as two separate pieces. There's the mode of administration, like how the test is given, in terms of whether it's digital or paper. And then it's also the structure of how you give the assessment, whether it's one-on-one, small group, or whole class. I wouldn't know how to describe that, but I see them as two separate sections, like you should choose one of these two and then choose one from this other bottom section. So it's clear that you're not just choosing digital, and then you don't say whether it's one-on-one or small group.
So I think that's not necessarily a change recommended. It's a note for as we're filling it out. We marked it as select all that apply. In the cover sheet, they are separate, but because we were getting them all under the header of mode, I think this is where sort of format versus content start to bump into each other. But yes, agreed that those are sort of a separate chunk, if you will. So it might be like a gray box versus a white box or something along those lines. Member Gravelin.
Along those lines with the select all that apply, unless that's changing by separating these two. Like for me, it would not be clear if, someone checked one-on-one and small group. Does that mean portions of the same screener have to be one-on-one, but portions can be administered in a small group or whole group? Or does that mean, it's not clear to me if it's and, or ors.
I think that may go back to what it looks like coming in from the applicants as well. And it is, as I mentioned before, it's separate on that one, but we may be a little bit challenged in how that gets interpreted, because I see what you're saying.
I have a few, clarification questions regarding task types. Under task types, so I quite did not understand selected response and technology enhanced as task type. And it's very it could be that I'm just missing any prior conversation, but I don't seem to recall any, so I would love it if anyone can help me with these two.
I don't know if I can help you, but I was more confused by the test. I actually was going to say take out all the test types, because I don't know what value, if any, that adds to this. And to me, I thought it was more confusing looking at some of those test types.
I see nods. I just wanted to let you know. Oh, yes.
So is the direction take out the task types and everything together?
Underneath, yes.
Okay.
I hate to be contrarian.
Okay. Member Neeson?
But I'm just thinking about the difference between Like, for example, an assessment that is computer adaptive where a child is given one element sort of in the middle and then they're given harder or easier based on their response, right? So I think it's important to understand, maybe not list out all of these task types because they may not apply to these particular types of screeners, but perhaps it's a consideration of maybe instead of giving it a checkbox, have a description of task types so that perhaps, I'm just offering it as a suggestion, but maybe not. I'm just putting it out there because I think it's important to understand how it's done.
But I do wonder that computer adaptive could apply all different formats. And I don't know how, knowing that the task is computer adaptive at this point is really helpful for the LEAs. So that's just kind of where my thinking is at this point.
Can we clarify, because our understanding was computer adaptive would be listed under mode, and that right now we're talking about the task types?
No, that's item level, right? So so computer-based or digitally administered is different than whether when you adapt, the items in the task itself is adaptive so that kids do not have to take all the entire items, right? So that's different.
Yeah. I would. Oh, sorry. I was going to clarify the task type things. I think when I think of selected response, technology enhanced, and constructed response, I think of item types. Item and task could, I guess, be synonymous, but they're different. And in a computer adaptive test, you'd probably see all three of those used, or maybe at least two out of three, versus what you see in the rest of those kind of things. So it's the question, I guess, is whether it's important for anybody to know what the different item types and/or tasks look like.
Member Martinez?
I think what we're trying to get at is administration time. What computer adaptive does is help speed along the process. So is it that we need to know they're computer adaptive, or will it be fine in just knowing that we have a digital test and then we have a scoring time? Do you also need to know if it's computer adaptive?
Member Wilson?
I think I would agree with that. I think if being computer adaptive is important to some LEA, they'll figure it out by digging into the tool, because this is supposed to be an overview document. So I like the idea of just taking that section out. There may be LEAs that are interested in that, but I do think that will be teased out in the administration time.
If there's any other contrarians, please speak now. Otherwise, this part will be deleted.
So just to make sure that I'm clear, okay, I currently have removed the section task type, select all that apply on pages 2 and 3. But from an earlier edit that we discussed, I had add computer adaptive under mode for administration. So we're not going to add computer adaptive. Okay.
What I heard before was instead of computer-based, we'll have replace computer with digital. Yep.
Member Wilson? And then Member Grasso.
And also, I just want to clarify, are we getting rid of that sentence that I don't understand? If other extent to which it combines with teacher small group intervention, are we omitting that?
Yes, I have that listed as on page 2, remove sentence beginning with if other extent to which ...
I heard the suggestion, but I don't know if we ever talked about it. I just wanted to, I don't know what it means either, but.
Thank you. Member Grasso?
I was going to move on to the next section, required technologies. I was just going to recommend maybe separating computer and tablets. I know they can be very, very different. So I would say keep all the other stuff, but maybe just have one box for computer and one box for tablet.
I see some nods on that one. Thank you.
Member Martinez?
So in that I don't know if it's that section, but definitely right underneath that before training, we have the administration time in minutes. And I know this is a tough one that we've debated about. How will they answer? And so maybe that's sufficient. I'm just going to let it go. But the other piece is, but the other piece is the scoring time. I feel like that belongs in the scoring section. We have a scoring section below, and their scores are calculated, and then we should have scoring time in minutes.
Okay, seeing nods. So we will move scoring time in minutes down to the scoring section out of the one where it is right now. Administration section.
Member Neeson and then Vice Chair Guerrero.
So in the section under training, where it says training manuals and materials are available, select one. I was just wondering if that was actually necessary to be there, because in 3E1 of our rubric, they would have to have those things to pass. And that is not one of the elements that we said that they could have minimal evidence on. So is that, I mean, I'm just thinking we could remove training manuals and materials are available, because we would have to assume that they are.
All right. Seeing lots of agreement.
I think
That's removing that last one on training manuals from the training section.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Just really quick, piggybacking on panel member Martinez, if we're moving administration time in minutes to under the administration section, oh no, scoring, can we also do the same thing with the administration time in minutes under the administration section? Because
It's currently in the administration section. If you look on the other page, you'll see administration in bold.
oh,
It's the formatting of
Yeah.
it, yeah.
okay, sorry, I did say it. Okay.
Anything else on page 3? Vice Chair Guerrero?
Just regarding training, time required for administrator training, is that for the teacher trainers, basically? Is that who those people would be? And then,
I think that's for the administrator of the screener itself.
okay. So the teachers, or basically, potentially the teachers, or whomever it
I
is.
think we were intentionally not using the word teacher in case it wasn't used there, but we could, if administrator for the same reason is inappropriate, we could adjust. Member Martinez?
You just put test administrator training. Just add test.
Screener administrator. Mm-hmm.
So also continue with type of training available for the test administrator, I guess.
Screener administrator
Screen administrator.
on the second line.
Yes. And then we don't have a say in telling LEAs that they have to train their people, correct? Is there anything in the statute or is anything that CCD will put out that said that LEAs should train their teachers?
Right. So in terms of the,
Yeah, so the most recent, the 2024 Budget Act included $25 million to be apportioned to all LEAs that have elementary school, that have K through 2 students. And that money is specifically for training. It can only be used for training people who will administer. There's no mandate, but that is the required that's the required expenditure of those funds.
Has that money been available to the schools yet, or will they get it in 2025?
So I don't know what the apportionment schedule is, but the Budget Act was signed at the very end of June of this year. And so depending upon when the apportionment schedule, when that money goes out, is going to be dependent on the apportionment schedule for that. And I don't know what that is right now.
page 4, there's only a few back there. Anything else that we want to add or change? Okay. Seeing none. This is page 4, yes. Member Martinez?
I'm just not sure if you all know what to fill out, because I'm not quite sure is what's going to go into type of information materials to guide interpretation of results. And so I just feel like that's a big ask. And I'm not quite sure how that's different from the guidance provided for next step. Well, I guess a little bit of difference, but either way, there could be a lot of information there. And
well, since the staff is going to initially fill this out, right? What did you have in mind?
I think the intent here in terms of it's a communication and resources section, right? So I think it would be helpful to hear the panel talk about what information do you think would help an LEA make that decision? What would they be looking for in terms of how how to interpret the results? So maybe it's making that language a little tighter. Yeah, Member Martinez?
yeah, so in our group, we were having this conversation too around the minimal moderate evidence and the advanced. And a key piece is really then the information that really helps them interpret the score. And I really feel like the score report is what's most needed. Maybe it's just a link to a sample score report.
I was actually thinking a scoring manual or whatever they have, a version of that, because basically you're going to get these scores. What do they mean? Where do they fall in the big continuum? And then what should happen to that? If a kid scores in the 25th percentile or whatever type of range they're using, what does that mean? I mean, is this kid then at risk? I mean, there needs to be either visual or explanation of what at risk looks like, not at risk, or somewhere in the middle, because that, to me, I was looking at also the guidance provided. Those two kind of go hand in hand, because you need to tell LEAs who are then going to teach administrators of the screener, who are then going to relay it to the teachers or the teachers themselves, what are next steps. And I'm hoping that these programs have that. Examples, visual examples, and also the interpretation of the results. Because if you don't have that or that understanding, you can assess kids all day and not really understand what to do with it. And on the same line, since we're on that page, the other question I had was additional integration resources. I didn't know what that meant, so I wanted to ask that.
So on the first question, on the interpretation of results, I don't believe we have specifically requested something like a link to a sample score sheet. We have, however, as part of the rubric, asked them to demonstrate how they, and I'm not going to remember what it says in the rubric offhand, but we have asked them something in regards to interpretation of results. So I think part of the, in terms of being more specific about what you're asking for, I think you could have a situation where some folks have provided that information that you want, and some haven't, and as they go on their journey to respond to the rubric. So would just keep that in mind, that it may not be something that all will provide.
I wonder if we struck the first part that says type of information and just left it as materials to guide interpretation of results, if that feels like that would take care of. Member Wilson and then Member Neeson.
Yeah, I still, to Member Martinez's point, I am not sure what you would put there. I mean, it could be a decision tree. It could be an online platform that guides. So I think it's going to be hard to fill out. And I'm not sure if it's an overview type of question, because I think it might be too complex to answer in an overview. I'm not opposed to it, but I just think it's going to be pretty hard. So I don't know. It doesn't feel like something you could necessarily answer in an overview, because there's so many formats that could take. So I don't know, both of those questions. Type of information, because if you change it to materials to guide interpretation of results, yes, there are some. I mean, I don't know what else you would put, because it's going to vary by vendor Guidance provided. Yes, there's guidance provided, but you're going to have to dig in to see what it is, because there could be letters, there could be online lessons, there could be a decision tree, there could be electronic games. There could be a lot of things, and I think it's going to be hard to fill out. So I don't know if it feels like it should be on an overview.
So perhaps strike the entire sentence? Member Martinez, I don't know how to interpret that.
Strike them both. I feel like they're too much information that for an overview.
What's the second part of both?
So type of information, strike that one. Guidance provided for next steps, strike that one.
Guidance provided for next steps for educators, administrators, and parents. Does the group agree with that notion?
Could we reword it and just, that's fine striking it, but maybe it's also just merits rewarding, because we need to know. Okay, and I understand we're putting a lot of faith in LEAs. But what to do with the data? Is there something that, and maybe they don't all put it, but the interpretation of data is really important, in my opinion, because if they don't have the interpretation of the data, they're not really going to do anything at all with the information that they have. So would it be okay, a suggestion, we say something about interpretation of test results, or resources for interpretation of test results? And it can even just be provided, yes or no. And then people can look into it a little bit, but just putting that out there. Because I feel there needs to be something to guide them, but if it's on this sheet, I'm assuming it was asked, or it was not asked on the cover letter.
It was either asked as part of the cover letter, or it was implicitly asked as part of the rubric. In this particular case, we didn't ask specifically for like a sample score report in the cover sheet. What we did request, sorry, I'm pulling it up right now. What we did request was briefly describe, this is probably the closest. Please briefly describe which user interfaces, data management systems, and learning management system integration are available required for entering and viewing scores for users such as teachers, schools, districts, and parents, guardians. However, as I noted before, and again, I apologize for not being able to remember where this was in the rubric or the exact wording, we did request, this was part of one of our evaluation criteria. Again, we didn't specify exactly what it was that we were looking for, but respondents have to provide evidence that they're meeting the criteria.
Rather than strike, would it be possible to put something along the lines of type of resources available? And because I'm thinking, like, is it reports? Is there online pieces? Are there guidance documents? Maybe it's something along that line, where we're not describing and getting into the weeds of what's there, but just like, yes, there are parent reports available. There are teacher reports available. There are reports for administrators to have a whole class view, that type of thing. And then there was a question about additional integration resources. I think for that, we were looking at what other types of integrations are available for schools and LEAs to utilize. Like, do they want to integrate into some sort of learning management system, or does it connect to their MySys systems or student information systems? So I think that was the intention of the additional integration resources.
I like the types of resources available. It's a little open-ended, but it can give us some information versus none, versus striking the whole thing out. I mean, so types of resources available for interpretation of results, or it could be types of resources available for next steps.
I was thinking it would say types of resources available for educators, administrators, and parents, because that would give you the sort of open-ended piece to say, this is what's included.
I'm okay with that.
Sorry, can you, so types of resources available to guide interpretation for educators.
Just types of resources available for educators, administrators, and parents.
Educators, administrators as in screener administrators or as in like principals and district staff?
Yes, and? Well, we have educators, so to me that presumes people in the educational space, so administrators would be the administrators of the assessments.
So sorry, types of resources available for educators, screener administrators, and families? And can I clarify, are we still, so I have, that would be the option as opposed to the two sentences that begin with types of information and guidance provided for. So we'd strike those two sentences and replace it with the types of resources sentence. Okay, great, thank you. And then where did we land on additional integration resources?
Member Wilson and Member Martinez?
I don't know if we landed, but in the cover sheet, we used user interface and data management system. So I just wonder if we can use that same language and combine the two. Because then that would get at what Member Neeson is talking about. Like it's beyond just like data. Do they have a data management system? It's also, does it integrate with things that our LEAs might already have?
So if I could repeat back, the data management system is already listed there. So you're suggesting that we would say user interfaces and data management system. So combining those two and then strike the additional integration resources below. Okay.
Member Martinez?
You could go that way. The other thing I guess I would just suggest, I feel like the data management system, what you're after is a description in the system requirements that are needed. And then the other one is then how is it that it integrates. And so I do think you should add additional like data integration resources so that we're clear about that. But those are two different pieces. One is what is the system requirements needed to run this if it's digital? And then the other is, and how does that then system integrate or not with other likely educational digital systems, platforms?
I agree with that. On the other thing, the cover sheet, so I was thinking copy and paste opportunities. It had it as one question, so I was thinking they could theoretically use that information because it's combined on that, but it's really going to depend on how thoroughly it got answered on the cover sheet.
Member Martinez gave thumbs up for that. Just wanted to
Okay.
let you know.
Thank you for catching that. Okay, so it stands that we would delete out additional integration resources and we would combine so that we have user interfaces and data management system as a single line. Okay. Thank you. Any other pieces to bring forward?
One piece for clarity, one of the things that has come up in prior discussions of the panel has been, I'm sorry, this is taking us back to languages, is the threshold for determining language proficiency. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't recall where we've moved it now, but we talk about, yeah, so under, I'm sorry. Where did we move that from?
It was missing. It's not on here.
Okay. Yeah, student populations. So just to clarify, are we adding something around minimum language proficiency or how it's measured in that section? Sorry, and I'm so sorry, I've not been clear. On page 1, under general information, recommended use with the following student populations, we mentioned.
I think if we do that, I think we need to specify, make space for language.
Right, so I think we had moved underneath that section, language is available. From the top of page 2.
And is we have to give them space for specify the languages, and then language proficiency for each language, right?
So for each language available, specify the language, how language proficiency is measured.
So I guess the question is, how critical is it here to include that here first? And then if so, then we need to include that information. And I don't know whether there's an agreement on that. Member Martinez?
Yeah, so we have the one reference in the accommodations about supports or accommodations for students who are not yet proficient in English. That's going to be moved up to this section 2, and I wonder if then there we might want to also ask what's the guidance for recommended proficiency level in the language of the test.
Right, so I guess say in a particular language, that one thing that I also do wonder is then the proficiency level they describe, right, might be in different units. Right, I don't know whether that will make sense to the LEAs, right? If different publishers use different units, right, in categorizing proficiency level, right? So I don't know how useful that is. That would be here in this information sheet.
I'm not seeing a lot of energy around putting that in here.
Yes, I think overall we're losing energy. Just yeah.
Member O'Brien?
I'm not sure if I am understanding, but I would think it would be important to know what's the threshold, where it would be appropriate to to administer the screening. So let's say the threshold is at expanding.
Say what we mean by expanding could mean different things. Or
Not if you go by the standards, the ELD standards.
Well, so
I'm sorry, the LPAC.
Well, then I guess there's that expectation that they're gonna actually put it according to aligned with that categorization, and I don't know whether all the publishers will have that.
Well, I thought in the status in this the law had something about LPAC levels.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, LPAC. It's not the statute or rubric does not require that they have to report it aligned with the LPAC categories.
Okay. But there is a recommendation that as to at what level it would be appropriate to administer.
So when they say a certain level of a proficiency, that could mean very different things for different publishers, is what I'm kind of.
Well, wouldn't they have to be guided by the California?
So just to be clear, nothing in the statute, nothing in 53008 requires the screener, the language proficiency component of the screener, to be aligned with how the state, how the state of California defines in English language learners. And for example, some of these screening instruments could be applicable over multiple states, and not all states have the same definition of English language learner, and so they may use their own way of defining that, and therefore have been normed and validated against that standard as opposed to the California definition of English language learner.
So is CDE going to provide some sort of recommendation as to what the?
So as I understand what the panel has been operating under, because the panel is required to evaluate, among other things, the validity of an assessment for the students that it's been identified as being able to be administered to, that the panel is going to be looking at whether or not that screening instrument is valid, including based on the language proficiency threshold that has been identified by the publisher. And so that LEAs would need to abide by what the publisher identifies as being the threshold for language proficiency in order to administer the screener appropriately and in a way that is valid.
Member Martinez?
One way we might be able to get at this is we do have in our criteria about the guidance in terms of administering the instrument. And maybe we can just then peg the evidence level. Like we can say, you know, that they received a moderate evidence rating regarding the guidance that they're providing for the administration of the instrument to students with disabilities. This one has both students with disabilities and students at different levels of proficiency. But this is in the communication and resources section, so 3, E, I, or 1.
But we don't actually establish agreed upon, right? All members agree upon score when we make a recommendation. So we don't do that, so I don't think we can do that.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, and sorry, just if I was to be clear, the question I had originally was, does the panel want to identify on this sheet what the threshold is for language proficiency that the publisher has established, or do they not want to include that?
I think there was a desire, but what we were wondering is how useful that information would be.
So we're allowed as a panel, after the draft of this has been formed, is to use our expertise to improve it. One of the considerations to be considered of the team over there is that an open field requires them to fill it out. What's going to be the workspace for this team, either individually to draft some of that because we take the initiative when we're reviewing it, to be able to come back and then discuss how we might help to draft something that was very knowledgeably, thoughtfully put into that with more of an open field. Basically, we could interpret in this panel what they're provided more so than a checkbox of what that is what I'm saying is we have expertise on this panel. I don't hold it, but others do. So my question is one for you. How are you planning to allow us to do that review and work on this form when we're actually doing our revisions and edits and suggestions? And what kind of time are we looking at?
So we don't have a protocol written up for how to do it yet. One of the things I'm thinking about is how we take advantage of the notes column on the rubric to capture the thinking as you're going through it. And aligning that over to what we see from the cover sheets. That said, that's more conceptual than a reality right now, so I think we have to spend time, we staff have to spend some time figuring out the process.
And a quick point of clarity, we owe that to the state at the end of December as well. Those are our 2 deliverables. When's does the info sheet have to be delivered? Same timeline. So, well, all the other work we're doing, then we have to be conscientious ourselves and be realistic. Would we have time to do anything substantive to this form ourselves with the working time we have in public?
So what I'm hearing is, although that information is very useful, could be very useful, I think with the given time, tight time, and also some complications, I don't think it seems very feasible to have that information included as part of this template. Any objections?
Member Martinez?
Okay.
Do we have to say it now? I mean, so...
We have to vote on it.
Okay, because I'm hoping it's not an all or nothing. I'm trying to figure out what's something that we could provide here that is would be at least, again, helping the LAAs evaluate the various options available to them and how they attend to their various populations. So, I mean, it could be as simple as, do they provide guidance about language proficiency? And it's a yes, no. It could be more our assessment of the extent to which that it does it. So I'd hate to close that opportunity now just because we can't figure out what will work.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Maybe we can have a line saying criteria used to establish language proficiency. I mean, it's, well, because what the criteria the publisher used to establish language proficiency. I mean, that's just a simple sentence, and then it could just be an answer. I mean, because I might be looking for that when I go through it, just because now I'm curious what they did use, especially if they're not using the frameworks for the California standards. So that would be just very simple, and it could go unanswered or it can go answered. It's just I don't want it to be a paragraph, but we could maybe establish they used, I don't know, publisher created, they produced Massachusetts standards. I mean, whatever they used to establish that criteria.
I'm looking at the time. I'm very cognizant of the time here. We have 11 minutes. So what if the proposal is we have that information, we keep the information. Is there information about language proficiency? If so, what is it? And then just there's a brief description. Member Wilson?
I really liked Member Martinez's suggestion of guidance available.
Yes, no?
Yes, no. We could add, which I see on some of the other, please describe. And then either you describe or you don't describe, but you have the yes, no, or describe if applicable or something like that. At least it keeps the door open, it's clean, and it's not, it doesn't feel like it has to be a heavy lift, but if there's a lot, it could be described.
May I ask one clarifying question, Member Wilson? Could it be, to the extent, I think, Chair Kim, you were concerned that because there could be such variation in that it could be confusing. Could it be something where we identify where LEAs can find the criteria for establishing language proficiency, so that we're basically pointing, we're saying, hey, by the way, don't just assume you understand what language proficiency is in this case, and here's where you go to find it. And that way, we're not providing a lot of information to them. It's pretty simple to link them to it, and we can put that in there. Would that be sufficient? Thumbs ups.
See, there was energy around that. That was great. Now we just need to give Jess a moment to type that into a slide for considerations.
So do we, in terms of procedure, do we open the phone line for the public comments, or do it once?
Put the recommendation in front of you first.
So
we just need to wait to transfer it over, and then as
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's been so long. Not other stuff.
Oh, that's true. You guys drive.
Talking about energy.
Well, it's better to be doing something like
It'll just be a moment. Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
5-minute break. So I see it is 5:53. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll zoom at 5:58.
453 and 458.
4:53, and we'll return at 4:58. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We're going to resume the meeting with item 5. Ms. Holmes, continue.
So I'm going to go over the recommended motion. I will review this, and please take a look at your documents to make sure this aligns with what your expectations are. When we go to make the actual motion, I will note there are 9 slides here. So if someone would like to move to approve this, they can move to approve the proposed screener information overview template with the changes on the 9 slides presented, so you don't have to go through all 9 slides. So the changes that we are tracking currently is to add grade information for each skill under skills measured and ensure alignment of skills with statutory reference, clarifying that we are not going to combine, I believe it was phonemic awareness and phonological awareness, thank you. Remove acquisition and from page 2, move the information under where to obtain the instrument to page 1 under contact names. Add caveat and date to the document that the information is based on information provided by the publisher, is subject to change, and should be confirmed by potential purchasers. Add bulk pricing as an option under cost information on page 2. Move accommodations under recommended for use with the following student populations on page 1. Remove progress monitoring if applicable on page 2. Add the ability to provide notes or comments as an option under other. Please describe. I should have noted this is on the top of page 2. Move languages available on page 2 under recommended for use with the following student populations on page 1. On page 2, remove sentence beginning with if other, extent to which. On page 2, under administration, remove references to items and change computer-based to digital. Remove the section task types, select all that apply on pages 2 and 3. Under required technology, separate out computer and tablet into separate checkboxes. Move scoring time in minutes down to the bottom of the scoring section. Remove sentence training manuals and materials and related checkboxes. Add screener after time required for and type of training available for under the training section. Remove sentence beginning type of information from the top of page 4, as well as sentence beginning guidance provided for the next steps from the top of page 4. Add types of resources available for educators, screener administrators, and families. This would be as opposed to those 2 sentences we just talked about removing. Remove additional integration resources. Add user interfaces and to data management system. And add information about establishing student language proficiency to administer screener under languages available on page 2, with the assumption that this would be a link to the information that's provided by the publisher. Any questions or changes?
Great, now we'll move to, do you have a question? Okay, now we'll move to the public comment. We're going to open the line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code shown and on the slide right now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Anyone on the phone?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion for the discussion by the panel? All right, not seeing any. Do I have a motion for the recommendation? Member Martinez.
I move that we approve the proposed screener information overview template with the changes that are specified on the 9 slides.
Thank you. I have a motion by panel member Martinez. Do I have a second? I have a second by panel member Wilson. Before we vote, is there any further discussion? All right. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member Odegaard? Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Gravlin?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, staff members, for facilitating the conversation. So this concludes item 5. Now I would like to take up agenda item 6, which is general public comment. Public comments are invited on any matter not included in the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling in the number shown on the comment slide right now. Anyone signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Anyone on the phone line?
There are none.
All right. So I hereby adjourn our August 23rd, 2024 reading difficulties reading risk screener selection panel meeting at 5:05 p.m. Thanks, everyone.